ridiculous.
See, Matt, you might be a little Canada, but you're not Canadian, I suppose.
Shut up! Yeah, because we're America.
Yeah.
We like to pretend we're a bunch of other people and their cultures, but we're not actually. We're America.
Well, we're also that, but
We're
Canadian.
Americanizing the world.
Yeah.
Canada will be first. You will be New America.
No, then you'd be sorry that way. You wouldn't want to do that.
Norther.
Well, all I'm told, in the very far future, if the things do not get better for the world, America will invade the shit out of Canada for its water. It's fresh water. Yeah.
Yep. That's just how she goes.
Yeah. Like,
it has bubbles in it.
No, like literally, it's just those lakes that you got, the big ones.
See, that's in Nova Scotia, Alex. So that part doesn't have the.
Yeah, you guys got all sorts of tasty, clean water, and we got a huge desert problem over in the west coast, the southwest area, and we've already choked off all the water leading to Mexico. So, those guys are fucked.
You're gonna have to get Nestle by the balls to actually get your
Oh
water.
yeah, we'll those corporations will get riggedy wrecked because we're gonna come in and be like, oh, I'm getting your water. What are you doing? Yeah, but the bottled water companies, especially Nestle, fuck those guys. They are destroying the world. They want to put the water in the bottles and shake it all up.
Yeah, it doesn't really evaporate that way and then continue the cycle if it's in a bottle.
Yeah,
but my friends, we begin. Now that I have my tea.
Tea time?
Tea time, yes. All right. So, you guys are at the grouping of people known as the Crafting League. It's a really lame name. They like it that way because they don't have a grand name like the Pinnacle Craft Association. I don't know, the Crafting League is fine for them because it keeps everyone away. Yeah. So you use your little token, and the world kind of changes, the walls, everything, and it looks different. And everyone just kind of stands like, whoa, world shift, okay. And you guys are in a little bit finer of a hall, and the food and everything else has been changed to a very bountiful display. All the dietary requirements are fulfilled, and different drinks, a little bit fancier. Not absolutely decadent, but definitely more inclusive and a lot better options and selections.
Survivable food for everybody besides coffee.
Oh, there's coffee.
Oh, of course there is. But there's other stuff too.
Absolutely darn tootin' there is. And there's that same individual that you know as the greater weaver of this cluster that was on the controls the area next to the or what was the out of bounds.
I decided to stop by. Eh?
No, you called.
No, I called him.
Oh yeah, I wasn't. Sorry, I didn't know. I didn't pick that up.
I called him because they were like, "You're gonna have to get the Greater Weaver's approval." And I was like, "Let's talk to him." But yeah.
I was thinking too. Those tokens you made, those void tokens.
Tokens of office.
Tokens we made. Well, Alex made on the 11th floor. That allowed people to go back a turn.
Very much.
What about him?
just gives resonance to our current situation.
That's true. Oh,
Anyway, Greater Weaver's here. So are we in Greater Weaver territory, or are we still in Hell territory? Okay.
No, they realm shifted.
Sounds good.
Because you guys were in a little office space and it went, come over here.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm the leader.
You called?
I did. Thank you for replying promptly. I did. Thank you for replying promptly. We have something of a disagreement. The people gathered here. I'm of the opinion that more can be done and more can be taken of our enemy. They believe that we should call it good, accept the victory regardless of the losses that came with it. And I'm gonna outline to him the basic idea of like, we're gonna go back in time, we're gonna snatch these fucking souls out of his grasp. We're gonna deny him these incredibly powerful warriors that would essentially guarantee if one of them gets into the tapestry, especially considering if they're upgraded by Twilight, to make a huge colossal mess before they're put down, if they're put down. Because if they get somewhere in like a starting zone, somewhere where the people are uniformly not prepared for them, they're just going to take the place.
Let's see.
Common denominator, though, out of this whole situation.
What is? Okay. Well, if you feel that you need to go back, I do not think any of us can stop you. You will find a way, whether it's now or later. And that is the point of free will.
And the soldier.
The rules will be different, though.
The soldier guy.
And that's for one specific reason. Time and fate are the prey.
And Rich, the cophead leader. It's a mustache.
What has happened has happened.
Story written.
It's written. And he is a master of stories. Doesn't mean you can't go back.
And the right-hand man.
He's stronger, though, if you go back. And you try and manipulate fate and time.
Right?
It's his jurisdiction.
All this stuff is Henry Stickmin.
If it involves his people or things he's interacted with. But absolutely, if you'd like to go back, it's not. I mean, it's not like I can stop you. None of the individuals here could stop you. And if you think it's what you must do, then do it. As for Kuzmo, he exercises just as you are about to exercise. Free will.
He's just doing this.
You think he has made a grave mistake and has done wrong by you. So that is something that you collectively must sort out.
Look, and the little
At the end of the day, he has made no grievance against the tapestry, just its denizens. Which means I have no qualms with him.
He has given grievance to a sovereign.
Then that is something that you must sort out.
He has broken a promise.
And it's up to you to dole out what has been promised and
Whatever it is, and in a
the
ball.
punishment, if there is to be one. You can also show him kindness and amnesty, or you can punish him
It's
to
the
the
most us
extent
to
of
right
the
hand
law
man.
and the promise, and further, if that is your so choosing. Depends on what type of ruler you wish to be as a sovereign. In fact,
Hey,
it's
you're
a
telling
very.
Sarah.
I think you would be the only one who could be called a sovereign that I know of. Yeah, you're the only one I would know. Although I do not. I have not seen much of the tapestry. You see, this is my little corner of the world.
You have your pieces. I understand.
Hmm.
He also has the major eye.
So, please feel free to make whatever choices you think is necessary. That is the point, is it not?
Yes.
That's bird. Huh? That's bird.
You'll be interacting with Arthur. Now, it could be an opportunity to try and learn a little bit about him. Unlike the other conquerors, learning information about him is safe.
It's Henry was
That's part of the deal. In fact, figuring out the rules he operates by his own volition, and the rules he operates by the contract he made, and cannot go against by any means, because it is ingrained in his nature, is the key to figuring out how to handle him. He is a strange thing, obsessed with stories, whether it's devouring them, collecting them, or just enjoying them. There's no right or wrong way to interact with a conqueror, except for don't let them in. Arthur's different because he paid a price.
It was we who let him in. Cowardice won that day.
Hmm? He didn't get into the tapestry. He got into the out of bounds and took a chunk
True.
and made off with it, laughing all the way.
Certain things that we cannot take from him. They have happened. That percentage of the tapestry and the wounded. People who are unknown. Whose fates are unknown.
Hmm.
They we can still do something about.
When you interact with him and try and do what your objective, your experience will be vastly different, and you must treat it like a story. Go after the important ones, because those are the only ones you may be able to save. Important characters in a story.
Ones that would only make sense to make it to the sequel.
Mm-hmm.
I
The
see.
ones that would be worth the pages in a novel to go back for.
I see.
But maybe in your eyes, everyone is worth that treatment. Maybe every single one is special. Maybe every single one has is worth redemption and saving. Who knows? I don't know how you think. I know you're very passionate, and I know that you care about this tapestry. Yes, I know this. Poor Frock is trapped in a closed space with those chillins.
No, we're in the lobby of a hotel.
You spell it?
Are you working today?
No.
Yeah, that's Yeah, that's
treatment
it.
done on the house, and it's
He is
yeah,
trapped.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Still says the mustache.
it's just that like they're so goddamn loud. They're literally like 10, 15 feet away, closer to 15 feet away from me, and you can hear them talking.
You guys can almost play Among Us.
If you want, you can wait until you're better situated until you're in the. Hmm. Johnny, and this will be interesting because it looks like he's got from the message he's showing me. He has the exterminator by for a bit.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the guy comes in, sets up a bunch of machines, and turns the entire
Smokes the
house
house.
up to like 200 degrees.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it kills freaking everything. Boils insects alive inside their exoskeleton. Because they don't have heat regulation.
Not like humans.
Sweating is one of our greatest survival traits.
I agree, Matt. It's how we evolved as a species, for sure.
Whoops.
Very strong.
Endurance predators.
Good day, Patriot.
Hello. Yeah, so I was trying to get some stuff done around the house before a relative came in.
Uh,
Hello. With all that. Hello.
hello.
So,
Hello.
look at that.
Ah, General Kenobi.
So you just get caught up. Alex is at a hotel. I'm at my house. Matt is at his house, and you're at your house.
Yes.
And we're currently. I don't think you're there. No, you're not. We're currently talking to a Greater Weaver in his house, and we're discussing possible scenarios of going back in time and fixing mistakes, saving stories so they can go on to a sequel. Stories being the people we want to save. Characters.
Uh-huh.
You could be a key part in this, fixing the mistakes you made.
Yeah, but that sounds like a lot of the it sounds like I'm at fault for things, and that shit don't fly with me.
Fall for things?
He's at fault.
Fault. Oh, you've already admitted that you've been at
Yeah,
fault, though.
potato. You have no evidence. Anyway.
Yeah, we do.
No, but seriously, I mean that could be kind of cool. Like I said, whenever my relative gets here, like don't take this the wrong way. I'm gonna probably hop off to go say hi to them and shit. But
No,
yeah,
do social things. Why would we take it the wrong way?
kid.
Like,
But
it's
yes.
good, man.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, I'll be able to be here this session. Then someone's like, hey, so and so's coming in town. Like, why did I know about this? And as this person usually does, like, I told you, and they didn't, but they think they did. Fuckers got memory problems.
Fair.
So personally, me as a player is very scared of the possibility of losing everything. Kuroko would go back to fix it. We do have the tapestry pieces to fix the parts that were broken for the labyrinth's foundation and makeup. And 15% is a very large piece.
Hmm?
Kuzmo would probably be a very important part, mostly because his orders could change, and doing so allow us to not lose so much.
Yes. That is what I was already thinking.
Honestly, that 60% of the
As soon as
tapestry.
you said fucking with the time stream, I'm like, oh, well, that's like the one thing I can think of.
One issue is that you would have to deal with your past self.
Hmm.
None of us were there. Arthur wasn't there. It was the forces of Twilight, the troops, that caused all the problem.
But that
Arthur
is
was
Twilight.
pulling on
Arthur
the
is
whole
everything.
damn foundation with one
Every-
hand, and he was trying to kill us with the other.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Abdul, your brother, he getting mouthy again.
Mhm. Did wipe out 90% of our people.
I mean, I thought the idea is that you knew that I was going to pull out for the sake of my people in a fighting retreat, and everyone's all pissed off about me doing exactly what I said I was going to do.
No, nobody got that. Like, we were of the opinion that you were going to stay and fight, and then you were like, no, I'm leaving. I'm taking a bunch of stuff with me. Well, shit, okay.
Yes.
Because you were like, I have my people to think of.
There was a
and I was
lot of shit going on. It might have been lost in translation.
maybe, but like, there was no retreat. We were holding the ground.
Yes. And now we're talking about fixing it. And by the way, I went out of my way to fix this fuck up, and now given a chance to go back and have past me not do the thing that would be bad, I'm even more so. I mean, granted, it's also the potential of being able to, get back any lost resources for everyone involved, but, it's also kind of sort of about doing the right thing. It just happens to be both.
Right. Hey, look on the bright side. If we pulled this off, no one would happen the first time.
Yeah. Right? That's what I mean. In my defense, I did make a very good deal with Nios to compensate for what the fuck came on out of it.
Hmm.
Yes.
And how much would you like to not have to pay out?
Very much so. Specifically to Nios. Like, specifically to Nios. I mean, hell, I might still let you have the 6th floor either way, but, Yeah.
God, Travis. I'm just. Ugh. Hazard's not willing to let what happened stay.
Yeah, that probably bad. So when are we actually going to get into into it? Because the longer we wait, the more likely they're going to get here and then have to take off before we actually get started.
I mean, as soon as the DM's down for it. And I don't know why Johnny's muted. I think he ran off to do something.
He's gonna save Allie.
Oh, okay. He's elected to save Allie. We have to save everyone else. All right, let's go.
Alrighty. Oh, hey, I forgot I had this coupon for a knife thing. Cool. Anyway, yes, let us go.
As they say, unfuck the universe.
All right. So the Greater Weaver say, go for it. What are the other craftsmen looking like? Yeah.
Yes.
What do the other craftsmen look like at this juncture?
Well, they're basically some of the strangest collections. It's like you're at a circus.
Hmm.
You have every different size, every different stature. There are multiple different species, like completely alien individuals. Like a couple of them look like some sort of cephalopod type of creatures. Um, a lot of the more quieter ones, they just kind of they don't. They would have a more displeasing look to a kind of a humanoid shape. But they're nonetheless a pinnacle craftsman.
They're just unseeling to the eye.
Exactly.
It is very much transhumanist. Like, he is not, what's it, transhumanist. Hazard isn't much bothered by his appearances. I mean, considering his first friend in levels.
Yeah. One of them is actually some sort of four-legged creature. Kind of looks like a really stout-necked lizard. If you had kind of a stout little cylinder with a head, kind of the top of the head's like a flap, like almost like a trash can lid. And the body kind of elongates into like kind of a chubby little lizard.
Ugh.
And he kind of sits there with a really derpy look, going gomp,
This is a good time
gomp,
to mention.
gomp.
And then there's Kuzmo, who is like kind of the opposite of a transhuman. You know,
Yeah. Yeah, so
protect the perfect the form you were given and fix whatever the fuck is actually broken with it.
yeah, well, yeah, so yeah, the Gump is the pinnacle art of disposal. He is Gump. Gump can eat anything and return it to nothing, except for Void. But he has been known to be able to do that to Nightmare, because he is Gump. Gump can eat anything.
Ugh.
Nice.
It's considered a lesser pinnacle art, but because it's an art of destruction and removal. But a lot of people bring their artifacts that they've built because they're like, I don't know why I built it, but I can't destroy it or even harm it. Can you get rid of this? And it goes gomp, and it flips his trash can lid head up, and you toss it in, and it's gone.
This
Well, this is disturbing. I'm getting away
Nom.
from this.
And it has a big tongue, and it always goes
Yeah.
left to right. Like, nom.
Lizard. Oh, by the way, I have in
Nom.
fact returned to my beautiful lizardy godliness.
Hmm.
So,
Hmm?
yeah.
Yeah.
You have an arachne,
Oh, nice.
but more of an actual full spider rather than a drider.
Right.
Yeah, it's been just kind of knitting while you know, up on the ceiling, camouflaged while you guys were chatting, and only till you actually looked around and used your dragon's eye to locate value did you know that this individual is just knitting.
I'll give them a nod.
Lays a little mandible at you.
I wonder what the pinnacle of painting looks like.
There is a pinnacle painter here.
Ooh, I'm going to look at that.
This guy is weird. He looks like a eclectic mix of graffiti artist and traditional painter. But he's got a big sun hat on, bunch of different, cans of and bottles of different colors and paints, and just kind of roped together. He's got a backpack full of spray paints. No canvas though.
Of course not. The world is canvas.
Yeah. And he's currently graffitiing the wall of the Greater Weaver's home. And Greater Weaver's just watching. It's just like, what you doing?
I'm just standing back and admiring his work.
Yeah, so he uses the spray cans, and then it's almost like he marks where he's working. And then he just takes a paintbrush and he kind of dabs it in a whole bunch of different canisters. And then without cross mixing the colors, it's almost like the paint's being absorbed into the brush, into a reservoir. Then he kind of twirls a little bit and he makes a violent brush motion, and a single drop of paint hits the wall, and it just kind of spreads very quickly into the second layer. And he kind of studies it, kind of taps it here and there with the butt end of the brush, and it changes a little bit.
Ooh.
And then he just kind of brings out a different brush, taps the brush bristles from the brush he just used to this one. You can see all the paint flow from that one to this one. And then he just gently it's kind of like a nonsensical art of just random paint strokes. But, the paint just kind of creeps out and blossoms. It's just a giant blossoming of paint. And eventually, it builds a huge, beautiful scenery that comes to life. And he's like, yeah, that'll work. Alhazard, you can tell he did not use any pinnacle paints. This is just art for the sake of art. Nothing fancy, but an incredibly beautiful painting.
I like him. I mean, he looks very strange, but I like him.
He looks like a young kid, but sometimes he looks like an old, wizened painter.
Oh.
But then it's just, sometimes you just can't tell.
Actually, that's surprisingly astute to me too. Sometimes I look older, sometimes I look younger. I don't know. I feel for this. I feel a kinship. Although I imagine he has not committed nearly as much, murder as I, so probably not perfect.
Remember, these are craftsmen. There are tons and tons more pinnacle arts out there.
Yes.
And some of the other ones, they start to decorate the house of this Greater Weaver just without their permission.
As one does.
As one does.
Everyone just kind of gets carried away. Everyone just picks a spot, and they're just like, "Oh yeah, I can do this." A lot of them are just munching on sandwiches and drinking coffee while they do it, and just a lot of them critiquing each other's work, like, "What do you mean it needs more blue? Do you even know what the color blue is? That's red. What do you mean you don't know?" Oh, that's actually blue in your universe. Oh, that's fascinating. Tell me more about that. Well, tell me more about that. Why did the Weaver make that decision? Like, they're a goofy bunch. Huh?
Alhazard joined in on this.
Oh yeah. Kuzma, are you a pinnacle crafter?
I don't think I am.
No. But
But I am very good at the paint.
all right. You want to go talk to that painter guy?
No, I'm just going to admire from a distance because he's clearly in the zone and he feels for.
Well, he finishes in about 30 seconds.
Whole ass painting in 30 seconds.
Well, the paint fills itself. Like he makes a couple brush strokes to kind of get, the paint on the canvas, but the paint paints itself, even individual brush strokes. Like it does. It's a minimalistic approach. He does a couple brush strokes. He does a little bit of spray paint to get a base. He does a couple what is called splatter strokes, where he just flicks the brush from a distance at it and lets it chaotically spatter. But he's done it in about 30 seconds as the paint just spreads and morphs and blossoms and it becomes a canvas. There's like, that'll do it.
I nod and I even applaud it.
Everyone kind of turns and looks at you like, huh?
He paints it.
Oh, okay. What type of painting you do?
Oh, me? I do a little bit of everything, though it is mostly portraits and landscapes.
All right. What type of painting you do? Same question, worded almost exactly the same.
I like to consider myself a traditional kind of paintist. Not much for spray paints. I just prefer using a brush.
Right.
Taking my time. For me, the time spent actually making the piece is cathartic in itself. I sometimes just take as long as possible just to enjoy the feeling of creating art.
So what kind of painter are you?
I can feel like compared to one of your expertise, I probably don't understand.
Hazard, what kind of blacksmith are you?
Oh, an intent shaper.
That's the one.
Specifically, I'm the blacksmith of people.
That's the one. What type of painter are you, kid? You got it in one.
Didn't I?
You can know all these painting types and have your preferences and everything, but what kind of painter are you? Well, they're gone. Yeah. Your master will actually take out a set of tools you haven't seen before. It's a bunch of micro hammers, like itty bitty, almost. They look adorable. And she goes over to
Okay, I'm sorry.
a canvas art or a piece of the metal on the material on the wall, and she just kind of. It's the weirdest thing because Briley always does one hit, one thing, but she actually goes over, kind of puts her ear to the wall, taps it with her knuckle, and does this for minutes and minutes, and then eventually she'll make an X, a little X with a charcoal thing, And then she does it, and she's doing this, and it looks like she's going to be doing this for a long time. And everyone's just kind of curious, like, oh, what is, well, what's going on here? But as to go back to you, Kuzmo, he asks you, what kind of painter are you? And then he asked Abdul, and he's like an intent shaper with a focus in people shaping. And he looks back to you like, what type of painter are you?
Well, if we're going off of that, I'm not quite sure how to word it, but with my arts of painting, I've in fact managed to tap into divine power to effect amplify or grant powers temporarily onto individuals or even items. I have even managed to, in my own realm, take the tradition of writing scrolls and turn it into an art form, more similar to actual painting. So I guess a
Here's my card.
Ooh, card.
You go to any one of my schools, they'll get you in. You have to pay tuition, but if you work your way up to the highest level, and you win the Centennial competition, I'll give you personal lessons. You can become an apprentice.
I'll have to consider that. I will definitely have to consider that.
It's my pinnacle arts school. Like I found a way to, incentivize my apprentices to, teach. I got enough of them, so it's just not one individual teaching you. You'll be taking multiple classes from my direct students. And then yeah, go ahead and go see it. Once you get a chance to learn from them, if you end up becoming the next big thing, then I'll teach you personally, and then you can join the ranks of my apprentices. Just like Alhazred is an apprentice of his master.
Cool.
Everyone has a little different process. Briley takes one apprentice at a time. I require a more in-depth process.
I understand.
I'm glad you do. Sounds good.
Yeah. Kuzma's just going to just sit back and just watch these people who are the pinnacle of their art just kind of do their thing in just amazement. Maybe not starry-eyed amazement, but definitely impressed amazement. Like, wow, that's really cool.
Well, you're in a room filled with the pinnacle craft.
Hi, Dino. Hi.
Okay. So we got Hun, who's a brewmaster. Orok, which is the knitting, shooting, sewing. Riley, blacksmithing. Well, in this case, it's just smithing. Yeah. Yep. I think it's suing. WSEW. Gomp.
Gomp, no.
Gomp. Gomp. Gomp.
Bleh. These are...
I don't think I'm trying to learn these guys' pinnacle moves from
Tuna
watching me.
is tinker, which is different than artificing.
Also, yeah, also, Alex, I see you up there. Cowardice cost us 16%. No, it was miscommunication.
Oh, sorry, that was stream of consciousness madness. Don't pay any attention to that.
Oh, fair enough.
I was just all over the place with that. I mean, look at the next fucking paragraph down. Tell me if it makes any sense.
I could live inside a nutshell and count myself as king of infinite spaces. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I have random streams of consciousness all the time as well. I once had an intellectual discussion about the merits of using broccoli as a projectile.
You're into blanching.
What?
If you steam it, it gets too soft.
Well, yes, but that's why you use the hard broccoli. Like, you eat the soft stuff.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is that like using blanching, you can keep it crisp, so you can project the broccoli with less issue of it exploding or collapsing. Although it would make a better spear than it would.
Take off my shoes.
I mean, you misunderstand. This was a while ago. I don't remember the actual reason for, as you said, a spewing of mad consciousness.
I need to start with that count.
But at one point, it was in fact philosophically accurate to throw a large chunk of broccoli at a motherfucker.
Fair enough.
What does your character in the DLB prefer to go by right nowadays? Frog.
Oh, well, he's always kept the name Shiva, even when he was a sheep.
All right. Just wanted to make sure that was what you wanted to do.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Funny enough, of all the vegetable matter, the broccoli is the one I am actually able to consume. I do not know why. But it's good, so yeah. Hey, it's the spider lady. Why do I know you from somewhere?
Yeah, pinnacle art and meddling.
It's the pinnacle art and meddling.
She'd be known for all the cool shit she's done. But no, The end is literally the vehicle by which she did all her cool shit that becomes the pinnacle.
Yes.
Am I wrong?
Is it just me, or is that spider look like the kind of esoteric character that would have some sort of demon bound to her, and then apparently like shack up with some guy with a drug problem or something?
Really?
I mean, that seems rude. That seems like a rude thing to sing a song.
Like a guy with a serious drug problem, but
How fair do you
also
have?
with enough power to, I don't know, fisticuffs a god or something.
Ah, I forgot an S. Ah!
No, that's very rude.
Hmm.
Let me do it.
Dio actual.
Yeah, that's his name. Dio, actual.
Too good.
So is the fake Dio the pinnacle of ugliness?
No, that's just the way they have nomenclature in their world. They have a name and then they have an announcement after their name.
Hmm.
He believes he is the real Dio. The only Dio. Dio actual. All of their names look like that. In that tapestry square.
Huh.
By the way, he is the most beautiful person you have ever seen, Kuzmo. More beautiful than anyone, including your wife.
Including Ariana?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean,
He is
never
more
said.
beautiful than Ariana.
I mean, here's the
And
thing.
he's a
I might be.
he has the figure of a man too.
Hmm.
Every curvature is just perfect. Just but it
Yeah,
doesn't demand worship. Sorry. You if there was a pause, you went for it. I went to fill the pause. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
but that boy looking awful fragile. Looks are and everything.
No, but he's a pinnacle
Wait, for
artist.
this guy, it might be.
Hmm. Kuzmo ponders this.
Also, wait, hang on. If fuck, PCED Cheveo is here, then does that mean that the entire fucking crew is here? Or
No.
at least in the
This
tapestry store?
was the DLB fled that universe. They just
Oh.
were like, "Fuck these guys," and
Yeah.
then just got out of there.
They
Okay,
took
so-
they took the travel agency and went, nope, we're gone.
Oh, that makes a good deal of sense.
Yeah, they left. They didn't want to deal with it anymore.
Oh, that's right, the travel agency. No.
Hmm.
Yeah, we traveled.
Yeah.
We relocated the business.
Yeah, good. Because if
Closed
they're
down
ever
our office in that universe.
Because if there ever come a day where I do in fact introduce Hellhound into New Fred, which will probably not be for a long ass time, I would prefer to not be bound to the fucking PCED. I'd prefer a better version. Not that one was fucking awesome up to a point. he shot up Norlefatep, and they immediately did a bunch of cocaine and ate an entire meter worth of flapjacks.
That's right.
Yeah, you know what? I forget. That game was actually fun for a good while.
There's a lot to love about it, but then there was equally as much to hate.
Yeah.
Treachery. Anyway, so is this the whole list, or are there more of them?
This is what was able to arrive to help.
Okay.
Because these guys exist across the tapestry. Some of these guys, it's going to be hard for them to get back. It's going to be a long journey to get back to where they were. But they're fine with that. So they were able to call all the pinnacle tradesmen within 100 squares.
100 squares.
Fair enough. All right.
Are there more pinnacle craftsmen? Absolutely. Are there duplicates of what exists here? Absolutely. Tapestry's too big. Are they anywhere within the same functional area? No, they are very
even
vastly
close.
separated. Yeah.
I wonder if any of these. Hang on. No.
Yeah.
I wonder if any of these people come from squares I have visited.
Like their origin point? Probably not.
I have visited quite a few, but it does seem astronomically unlikely.
Tapestry squares or universes? Because there can be multiple universes in a tapestry square.
This is a good point. So yeah, probably not. Yes, pardon me. I am not fully read up on the esotericness of the tapestry. So yeah, probably never left a single tapestry square. I did eat a sun once though.
Gomp.
It's also apparently eating a sun.
Gomp.
Yeah.
Good day.
Why do you keep following me?
And it kind of it's funny because it's so chubby that it's its stubby little legs barely touch the ground, and it kind of looks like it's stuck because it's so chubby. But then its little arms and legs scrabble furiously against the like little windmills almost against the thing, and it kind of scoots itself forward. Gomp.
Ah, I'm not sure. Like you're like, oh God, you're so ugly, but also kind of in a cute way. You
It
just
opens
slide
its
around.
mouth like like a lid on a trash can. When you step on the lid, it goes almost makes the little creak noise. Gaw.
What?
Somebody comes over and literally just drops their meal in it, and the lid slams closed. Gomp. He's hungry. He's always hungry.
Huh. You wouldn't be related to the man of Pack, would you?
What?
I think I should wear it on my head.
The man of
Pac-Man.
Pack.
Who dat?
Pac-Man.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the man of Pack.
I'm gonna go with no. Yeah. Gomp.
Lizard.
Gomp.
He's just gonna make a Protoss pylon or a reasonable facsimile of what. I'm gonna make a focus for the space stone.
And he just the other people are like, dude, that's all he says. If you could figure out the language of Gomp, awesome. But at the same time, it's usually just hungry. Feed me. No. Yeah. Yeah, it's gone.
This is just going to pull out a little bag of apple slices because this damn thing is actually making him hungry somehow. Despite your unseelie appearance, you really do know how to inspire hunger in a person.
Gone.
Oh no. Apple.
That just presses its advantage. Gomp.
No.
Gets a little closer. Presses up against your leg. Gomp. As it opens its mouth.
No. I'm not going to let you devour this apple slice into nothingness. Okay, just one. These are actually really well spiced apple slices. He drops one.
And the lid slams shut. Nom, nom, nom. Looks back at you. Gomp. Oh no, you fed him. No, no.
Now he's gonna follow you forever.
No, it's fine. Like, Gomp, come here, buddy. Come here. Gomp. And he kind of scrabbles off comically. Like scooches across the floor. And they start.
Okay, that would start to grow on me a little bit. Look at his little legs.
Yeah, the little legs. He has the little itty bitty legs.
It's the only thing that keeps him from eating all of creation.
That's so funny, but also pretty true. Really, just wow.
Yeah. He's too chubby. Your eye can tell you. Farrak.
Yep.
That is a mutation of a species that absolutely can devour whatever it wants, except for void. And that's not good. Fortunately, it looks like this has just enough sentience, and the mutation is just enough that it's not able to go around. It should be some sort of dragon, but it's more of a chubby trash can lizard now.
Right.
As the parent to this had some powerful, sexy lizard pose.
Yeah. So very interesting. This.
What?
What do you mean? What? It should be a creature to destroy all creation and devour the stars and the sky and the moons and gomp. It's too fat.
He's too fat because he's eating all the things.
He's also adorable enough that people just feed him. Anywhere he goes, he just kind of scrabbles along. And
I was starting to think. I think like he's making me think of Fuzzy.
Yeah.
just wondering that along the little legs.
Yeah, he scooches along, and then if no one's around to feed him, he just kind of eats some rocks or whatever's around, and then continues just scrabbling along. He lives a nomadic life. Little Gomp.
Bet he does.
That he do.
Okay, so I'm seeing potential here.
Makes me want to go back and get Fuzzy just to carry around this board.
Gump would be good for eating the things that we can't save.
Gomp.
But yeah, no, I'm gonna create essentially like a Protoss pylon. I'm gonna create a focus point for the space stone's energies.
You must construct additional pylons.
Indeed, if I shall.
Oh, that was supposed to be a joke.
I know.
Where is my little Gomp?
You know, Gump is making me feel really good about myself having like an incredibly Bernie metabolism.
Hey man, he's there to be a cool guy.
He is. Oh no, he is a cool guy. Yeah, and I'm just mentally, I just have the mental image of me actually getting that fed and just like moving, like sliding around on my belly with like stubby little legs. So this is literally just a giant lizard.
No, not even. He's dog sized. Hey, he only goes up to your waist, on top of his head.
Aww. He might be the pinnacle of devouring stuff, but he's also pretty good at, melting hearts.
He is Gomp. The universe's trash can.
Fuck it, I give Grom head pets.
The lid
Eat
opens up.
syringe.
No. Do not
He's like,
eat my head.
if you want to lose that hand forever, I would recommend no head pats ever. He doesn't. Getting anything near his head means he's gonna. It's food time. That's what that means.
Oh.
Not to ruin your fun, but that's yeah. You can give him belly rubs.
Toss like a bar of metal in there.
I will totally give him belly rubs.
He makes a little like a little gurgle noise. It's kind of disturbing.
He totally gets that. I mean, like, it never actually came up in the game, but Kuzma has a technical weakness against belly rubs.
Yeah, he just opens his lid, eats the bar of metal, it shuts.
Two Gump's eyes point to different directions.
Yes.
What is the maximum level of derp this creature wields?
I am trying to find the picture.
What is the maximum level of derp this creature wields? I think it's more derp
This
than
is
even
one of the derpiest things you've ever seen, but it wields the pinnacle art of trash can.
That's amazing.
His derp level exceeds mine.
I don't really see you have a derp.
Derp far in excess of my own.
Well, yes.
Well, actually, Guzmo is very capable of having a very derp nature to him when he's being incredibly casual and not particularly aggressive.
Yeah.
It's mostly back. It's mostly back in Demaraz when he's around family, so there's not really a need to be, all big and powerful. But I've sort of there's been a couple times in game where he's just shown his level of derp in like little ways. Oh yeah, no, like what's her name's place? He kept putting his face against the glass.
One day I will find Gomp.
Zerg.
But what, you didn't think that was kind of derp?
Not really.
It's a very lizard habit. They did it. We're back. A dinosaur story.
Yeah, that might be where I actually don't remember where I got the idea from. That might be it, subconsciously.
Back off! Back off! You're fogging the glass.
Yeah. Yeah, which is probably means that by now Kuzmo's found himself glass structure and is more or less done the same thing as that. Ooh, funk.
Come here, Gomp.
Right. So these guys have their local weaver seal of approval. Can we get started on this thing?
Yes.
Or are you waiting for Johnny?
Waiting for Johnny. Also, not everyone's going to help.
No, that's true. And I'll accept that.
I'll hazard.
Mhm.
I kind of mistook this ice sculpture for a glass sculpture, and my face is now stuck.
You're into ice, dude.
Oh, right. I forgot I could just do that.
Yeah.
What is wrong with me? Why do I keep pushing my face against glass?
Another
The temperature
something
thing.
just something you do, bro. Nothing wrong.
Something I do. I mean, I also just like occasionally just drive my head through walls, but like I actually know why I do that because that shit's funny.
Johnny boy, you back yet?
Gomp.
Oh my god! Look at him!
Gomp. You see Gomp? Gomp.
Oh, he is precious.
Gomp. Yeah, everyone treats Gomp with a lot of respect. But a lot of people here also come over and they pull out this like containment box, and your hackles rise, Hazard, and they just go, "All right, Gomp, you hungry?" And he goes, "Gomp," and the lid opens up, and they just dump all of this stuff that make you're like, "Ugh, oh god, that should never."
Legitimately horrible stuff, right?
Yeah, and Gomp just when they're done, the lid closes, and he just goes, "Gulp."
Did he eat his own intelligence?
Yeah, he ate all this nasty waste, all this the dangerous items and cursed stuff, and yeah,
Oh,
Gomp is really hard to find, and a
so
lot of
he
people hold on to dangerous objects and items for millennia, and then they run in the Gomp and they're like, "Oh, thank the thank the Weaver, man. Here's
so
Gomp.
he has in fact ate himself stupid.
He ain't stupid. He's Gomp."
He is gone.
Please stop that.
Stop what? Who that?
That would be, I believe, Shada.
Oh, there definitely wasn't that me then. I thought that was so well timed. I thought it was at me.
I thought it was at me. Maybe he's on speakerphone, and me saying Gomp that much really is.
Gomp.
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 It's like meow meow.
Yep.
Their name is an exuberant noise.
Oh my god, what was Yep Yep?
It was
It was
Yep Yep
it
was
Little Dragon.
the little Drago Newt.
That's right. Oh,
He ran around and bit everything because he's a terror.
Oh my god, that's right. He was so adorable.
Meow meow.
I'm trying to remember what game he was actually from. Was it
From this game.
This one.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That's why. So yes, I can in fact say, "Excuse me." Oh my god, he was so adorable. Oh. Yep, yep. I missed that little guy. He was adorable.
Remember, this man is canonically murdered entire solar systems.
So now that I'm not cool, just hanging out, meeting all these cool people. But what's the plan now?
We're waiting for Johnny to get back. Because essentially we're going to try and convince all these cool people to go and risk life and limb with us. Or at the very least, some of them. We need Cheveo's pinnacle art of meddling. We need Gomp and his pinnacle art of destruction. Wiggle, Wigile, Memory Craft.
Wait a minute. Wait? If Gomp eat all this shit, then what the fuck does he get turned into?
Oh, no, he just breaks it down into base constituent stuff and just eats it.
But
That's
then,
why he's always hungry, because he doesn't get a lot of nutritional value out of it.
oh. But wait, like one of the few things about science and stuff I know is that, as far as they call matter, cannot simply be destroyed.
No, it's probably converted directly into energy.
That's what I was thinking. It's like converts into energy, and then somehow the energy gets turned back to matter somehow. I mean, that would make sense. There is enough people who could just randomly turn energy to matter. So,
Hmm.
yeah,
Yeah. So what are we doing?
that's how we do.
It does appear to be how we do.
Weaver will look at you, Ezra, after studying a good bit of the stuff.
Who will?
The Greater Weaver.
Oh,
Kind of
okay.
looking at the art. This was rather fun. I don't get to have a lot of personal touches to little space here. But do be careful on your attempts. But I suppose you've heard that enough.
Well, mostly it's been, no, that won't work. No, that won't work. No, that won't work. Don't bother. Take the win. Take what victory you have now.
Good advice, but not what you wanted to hear, most likely.
Well, no. But also, I feel like they're conditioned to it. They're conditioned to failure.
Are you not? Are you not a stranger to failure?
Oh no, I'm quite familiar with it. Thing is, it doesn't scare me.
Doesn't scare them either.
It seems that it does, though.
It's a
A
pinnacle.
great many of them seem to be. They're afraid. They've listed off many reasons why this one thing that we've done is so profound that we should simply take it. And regardless of the costs, we should walk away. As though this were the final victory.
This is a very interesting point. What do you think, Gomp?
Gomp.
Excellent point.
Well, honestly, what is profound, anyways?
The idea that they are so willing to take this victory for now, when we can push further and win yet even more, perhaps win ultimately. I believe that's what Alhess was trying to say.
I was more remarking on what the concept of profound is, really.
Oh, yeah, no, I don't invent words. Oh, wait. Actually, I actually literally did invent words.
Words are words. And we are the ones who apply meaning to them. Just like we are the ones who apply meaning to our actions. Meaning applied to our purpose.
Hmm. I mean, I just meant like I invented a language.
There are many languages out there, Kuzma.
Just ask the nice cyborg lady.
Hmm. I will do that.
Oh, that's going to be amazing. I want to see him talk to Blue.
Hello, cyborg lady.
Greetings, lesser worm.
Yes, sir. Word. Did you just call me a dragon?
You are a subset species of the worm branch.
I actually am not entirely sure. I
You'd
mean,
be
I am.
considered a dragon knight.
Well, I can tell you right now, I have no lineage to dragons and more monstrous creatures. But either way, hello.
Hello.
You are the pinnacle of languages, yes?
I do practice. It's more of the understanding of languages, the analyzing of languages. I
It's
know a lot of
definitely
languages, but so do many others.
yes. So understanding languages as you do, you clearly won't understand when I ask, how do one exactly pinnacleize on the art of understanding languages?
I can show you,
Cool.
and it will show you a big data stream. And it will go from what can only be described as a 2D set of an incredible amount of data in kind of a floating textualized form, but so small that you can't even see the caricatures. And then it goes into kind of a 3D and almost a 4D model, and then it compresses into a solid object, and she'll toss it to you. Language.
Language is a block? Huh.
Enjoy. That is a hyperdense data lattice.
It is solid.
Yes. The density of the particles within the light and energy have been condensed to the point where that ball of energy, or square, or polygon, or which way you want to call it, has mass and shape.
Hmm. So you can literally hurt people with words like this.
People are hurt with words all the time.
But yes, but I mean like in a way that matters.
Yes, people are hurt with words in the way that matters all the time. Doesn't mean that I have to speak at you and you'll be sundered by just saying the actual word. You can say something hurtful, or you could say something cruel. You could actually bring someone's downfall by merely saying the right thing in the right way at the right time.
Hmm.
Words are one of the most powerful things in creation. Everyone says action is more powerful than words, but I agree to disagree. I think it's a healthy balance. And languages are far more complex than just having them be words and words alone. Communication.
Words have meaning, intent, definition. They define the things.
And another
I
part, we create languages for other things. Like myself, I am mostly machine. Actually, all machine. But machines have their own language, do they not? Coding? Computers?
hmm. He's still just admiring the box, which is made entirely of words.
It's just a cube. It is just all it does is look like a shining. It's a blue glowy 2-inch cubed cube. So 2 inches by 2 inches by 2 inches, and it glows just kind of like this neonish blue color.
Cool. That is incredibly impressive. He says, handing it back off to her, assuming that she would want it back.
She'll pitch it and it poof shatters into glass fragments, and then those fragments just dissolve and dissipate,
Wow.
turn into and dissipate from their light and
And the
mass-like form.
and your spider lady friend is the pinnacle of modeling?
Meddling.
Meddling. How is that an art? That feels... That doesn't feel like it would be an art form. I mean, not to...
But very much is.
Yes, I don't mean that to insult. I mean that, like, literally, I don't think most people would understand it to be such.
And that's the way my partner likes it.
Hmm. Yeah. I don't know
no.
why. Staring at her, I get the idea that she might. I don't know.
Metal?
Well, no, I was going to say like if you sat her down in front of an entire face, she would probably devour that thing in 1 minute. But that too.
If what now?
It looked like you have much hunger. See, like the way you carry yourself, it feels like you have much hunger.
Oh, sometimes.
Hmm.
Everyone has a hunger for something. It doesn't have to be a tangible object that you feed into your internal digestive system, which is a very interesting concept, digestive systems. You're basically carrying around a vat of acid in an internal organic container.
Yes, but I meant more on the fact that, like, I for one am. Well, I'm uncertain if it is cursed or blessed with a incredibly rapid metabolism.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
Yes. But I'm saying is, like, I get the same idea from her somehow. I can't put my finger on why.
Well, perhaps yours is not the reason why, but to do.
I do a
Bill
lot.
very calmly takes a sip of her coffee and doesn't say anything at all.
Hmm.
You strike me more as a doer than a ponderer.
I do some. Well, yeah, that is technically true. Although there's a technicality, I do most of my best thinking when I am wrapped up in a task with repetition. For instance, painting, fishing, etc., etc. It's not to. I would say that it's not that I am more a doer than a thinker. I just do my best thinking when I am doing.
Hmm.
Yes.
Do you have anything else you wish to just converse with me about?
Oh no, I'm just going around visiting, meeting all these interesting people who are the pinnacle of their craft. Also, I'm trying not to, like, just sit there and give Glom, like, endless belly rubs. So there's that
You don't
too.
mind. It's Gomp.
I would figure not.
Gomp understands one of the most important languages of all.
Hmm. So how did you become a machine?
Bad choices.
Well, that's a very good answer. That also tells me I should probably just cut the question there. Hmm. Okay, I can't really think of much else in this conversation. So thank you for your time. Have a good one.
I will try.
I'm gonna go meddle with the meddler.
Enjoy.
Yes.
I am particularly fascinated by these two.
Hello.
The
Waiting for
individual
our
in front of you
housekeeping
just
to
sips their
do
coffee,
again.
staring at you. They require no chair. They have folded some of the bits of themselves to
No, we're just saying.
form a chair of a sorts. But it puts them at a much higher elevation than most others.
Aha.
Yeah, Cheveo is frighteningly tall.
Wow. You are incredibly tall. I don't know why, but I feel like that there is lost to time a reference to tall ladies like you.
Thank you.
I did mean it as a compliment.
Fair enough. Then I shall take it as one.
Yes. So, how does one become the pinnacle? How does one become the pinnacle of meddling?
By learning how to be in exactly the right at a exact
I'm sorry, ma'am. Your voice communication seems to be breaking up terrible.
solving the problem yourself, putting just the right tools in front of people. Get fucked.
What? Okay, hang on. Is he cutting out for anyone else?
Yeah, he's
More about making sure everybody is nudged into exactly the right place.
That's that sounds somewhere between meddling and strategy. Yeah.
Well, meddling is a form of strategy.
I guess there's a distinction between meddling and nagging. Sorry, that was an off the cuff thought. It's that most of the time I hear of meddling, I hear it as a not so positive context. But clearly, that is not the same thing as what you do.
Well, of course, when it's going on, when it's being beneficial towards you, then it's actually intercession, interfering, um, timely arrival, it's reinforcement in the right moment.
Astute. And such.
You know the adage, having a finger in many pies.
Doge?
The adage, the saying.
The Doge.
Is that a common saying for you? A person who has their finger in many pies?
Mm-hmm.
If not, it merely means they have their hands in all sorts of different matters.
Oh, no, see, I got the saying. I was just trying to figure out what you're saying. What is a Dodge? Or a Doge?
An adage.
And a Dodge.
It's a different pronunciation of the word adage.
Oh, adage. Adage. Yes, I see. Yes, that is an adage that we have. A finger in many pies.
That is what Chevelle does.
It sounded like Roosevelt just said a finger in many pies.
Yeah. Shush you. Keep it PG.
I mean, if we were going to keep it PG, they would have launched me into the sun.
For this moment, keep it PG, you wankers.
Don't call me out.
Anyways, the individual just kind of looks you over. It is a particular specialty of Chabert, and may help differentiate what you consider tactics and what you differentiate as meddling.
Well, there is a slight difference between tactics and strategy. Fortunately, I happen to be somewhat talented with both.
Well, I have a question for you, dear companion.
Of course.
The fellow over there seems to be recruiting.
Mm-hmm.
Your opinion?
Well, he seems to be attempting to meddle in time, which is not generally a good thing. But he seems to be doing it to deny what appears to be a truly incredible amount of assets from the enemy.
Indeed.
Hmm.
And it seems to be from a force that has considerable power.
Should I go ahead and introduce you too?
If
No.
you wish.
All right, doing it.
I wish to study from afar. I wish to study from afar first.
Yeah, no, Kuzma is already gone on seek and introduce mode. Hazard, I have these two ladies who
There
wish to
is.
Hazard puts his hand up one sec. He's talking to the viewer. And when they get their scene. Mm-hmm. My inclination is to let myself be recruited.
Say that again. You're really quiet.
I'm sorry. My inclination is to let myself be recruited to his efforts.
Oh, well, then why don't you just let me go?
Well, no, we would like to see your insights separate from interacting with the individual directly.
Well, it's not like I've known him for. It's not like I've known him for what I perceive to be hundreds of years or anything. But from my dealings with him, he is in fact an ambitious and incredibly intelligent individual.
We've heard that before. There are many like him.
Yes, but with him, it is actually means something. For where I'm from, I am in fact a god of ambition. So
A god?
I feel like I could. Yes. Although, as far as what the tapestry considers God, I'm not sure where I actually sit on that.
You'd be a god. A god is a god.
Well, I believe I've actually been promoted to full true demon or something.
Demon is different than god.
Yes. It is, very much so.
Well, if you decide, dear companion, that you wish to meddle and play in a different sandbox, you know you always have my support.
Of course. And I appreciate it a great deal.
I will not leave you alone. Sometimes we both get into trouble. So much so that if we separate, well, things go truly awry.
They do have a tendency to go off the rails when we find ourselves separated. I would say I would be willing to lend my assistance to him, but if he wishes for the DLD's assistance, he would have to pay for it.
He seems rather incensed, so I don't think any price we would ask would be deterred.
You two keep calling each other's companion. Am I reading too much into that?
That depends on how much you're reading into it. Please tell me exactly where your mind is taking you.
Are you two a couple?
We're eternal companions.
Hmm?
I mean, so am I, and my queen, and we are definitely a couple. So that doesn't exactly
Well,
answer
of
the
course.
question.
There's two of you.
But
There's two of you, so of course you're a couple. Shiro has a little smile.
So you two are in fact one half of a collective consciousness. Something like that.
Is he calling?
Broke up, Blatt.
Each other? Are we crippled without one another?
I feel like it's more that we enhance one another.
That's what I was hoping for.
That still sounds like a couple, but okay.
Well, you have the unfortunate disposition that when you see two individuals acting as such together, that they are in a relationship. And by that meaning, in love. Or in some sort of coupling, like you suggesting. We're eternal companions. We may see whoever we wish and couple with whoever we want, but at the end of all time and space, we are together. We are eternal companions. Much more profound.
You know, I feel like it's distinct from what I'm talking about, and yet there is still a good amount of similarity after all.
Certainly. All language can be derived from a specific source and warped into whatever which way you wish to see it. That's why it's fascinating and fun.
Yes.
But
I mean, I'm sorry, I am not you.
hmm,
I don't know. My brain can be very simple, and sometimes trying to put two dots together, and for some reason thinks it has to do with coitus or something. I don't know.
yours is not the reason why, but to do and die. But if you've beaten the die part, things become a lot more complicated.
I died once. It kind of sucked, but then I
Ah,
came back.
well then, they didn't stick. And that's the fun part
It
about
did.
death. Sometimes it just doesn't stick.
Yes.
But regardless, where one must go, the other must follow. Or lead. Or march side by side. That is what Shiveo and I do in the DLB.
What is the DLB? What does that even mean?
Goodness, do we keep it a joke? Do we keep it a secret?
Shiveo just sort of like chuckles behind her coffee cup.
It's my
almost
favorite
as
question.
amusing to-
You know this.
I do. And the looks on their faces when we answer it is almost always worth it.
Indeed.
And the look on their faces when we answer it is almost always worth it.
Yes.
It's one of my favorites.
What is it?
Tell you what, and Shiveo flicks out a card and hands it to you. And it just says DLB Enterprises. Stop by the office sometime.
Hang on.
Did you give him the mysterious card, or did you give him the one with actual directions?
The mysterious one.
Favorite.
Wunderbar, as they say.
Wunderbar.
Hey, he's back.
I've saved Allie from total annihilation.
Oh, not the total. It's a lot of annihilation. That's like all.
Now she gets to experience pasta and garlic bread. So what have I missed? What are you devils up to?
Mostly a lot of BSing. We're hanging out, making friends and influencing people.
Yeah.
The offices of the DLB gave Kuzmo a mysterious business card.
I did hear that.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm back. You were saying?
No,
Wunderbar.
we're just getting Johnny up.
The DLB card?
Yep, you have a mysterious card for DLB Enterprises.
Alright, mysterious DLB card. Alright, then after that, I'm gonna have to go for a quick second to help upload some stuff. Oh, it is? Oh, I'm just gonna help with the winning, I guess. Cool. Well, either way, I will be a second, so carry on with shit that does not involve your favorite lizard.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah. Visits. What a time to be alive.
And if the answer is that actually our favorite lizard is Gomb, I will accept second place compared to that. Like giant, chunky, adorable trash can.
Gomp.
Gomp.
He's adorable.
You're talking about this creature here?
Yep. It apparently is a master of the pinnacle art of destruction via consumption.
Sounds about right.
It's Gomp. Gomp.
It eats things and they go away.
It is a much more powerful dragon than anything you've ever eaten by multiple magnitudes. Alhazard. But at the same time,
Can I have dirty this
the
glass?
heck is that thing? That is so derpy.
It's so derpy looking.
Yeah, it's like, how is that supposed to be? That's more powerful than a tyrant.
I love it.
But it also can only chase after you at max like 7 miles an hour. That's like max speed. Doesn't have any wings. Looks really pudgy. It has more of a almost an eel-like skin. Very, very blubberous. Very looks almost like an aquatic type skin. No, none of those hard protective dragon scales. Gomp.
Gomp indeed. And I'm like, Can I offer it a trade?
A trade for what?
I will offer Gomp one of my fingers for one of his.
He just eats. So it's a one-way thing. Gomp.
Yep. I hold up a finger and I'm like,
If you get it close to his face, his lid like head opens. Gomp.
no, he's not getting it close to his face. He's literally like, trying to ask him a question like, will you trade me one of your fingers for one of mine?
And its answer is Gomp.
Do I have any idea? Like, what does my empathy tell me?
It's hungry.
Okay.
And there's anticipation. Something is getting closer to the mouth. Oh, just a little closer. I can go ka-chunk. Nom 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 nom.
Can I use telepathy to try and communicate with him?
It will literally bounce off of its skull.
Okay, so this thing is too dumb to be able to.
No, it's a defense.
Oh, okay.
It's a physical. It's a sorry. It's a. It's a. It's a psychoactive defense.
Oh, okay. I just like tried, like I mean, like touch his mind with a probe and be like, "Hey, buddy, trying to talk
Boing.
to you here."
Yeah,
Just
no, it's
bounces
just
off.
yeah. You just it's. You actually see the attempt bounce off the skin. Like it makes an indent and goes
Oh.
boing.
That's amazing. Okay, I would like to try using empathy to actually like project ideas into it. Like, how do I put this? Essentially, I want to admit the concept of like gainful exchange.
It knows this. It knows gainful exchange. You give it food, you no longer have thing. Both win.
Like, and I'm going to try and essentially use empathy to transmit the idea of like, I want to give you a thing and have you give me the same thing. Because I don't need the thing destroyed. I want to trade you things.
Just kind of looks at you. Kind of licks an eyeball. It likes its idea.
I'm sure it does. All right, I'll toss it another material.
Gomp.
Hey,
Ching. Gomp.
it was worth a try.
He doesn't look very appetizing.
Right.
Even for you, your stomach, your usual cyber psycho mind is like,
Yeah,
that's not
I
that
mean, I could.
appetizing. It looks
I'll
chewy.
gut it, but it won't be. I'll gut it. It might not be delicious, but it's more about the nutritional value.
Your brain, your nightmare side's like, I don't know if we can devour that.
Oh, come on, we can.
It'll just sit in our gut.
No, we can devour
Looks
that.
chewy, like that. I don't, like endlessly chewy.
Yeah. An experiment for another time. Anyway, I made a pylon, Johnny. We can do mass recall. Stage 1 of the plan is intact. John, are you muted again? Did you run off? Leave me all alone with this trash
I'm just
can
having a
wizard
conversation with
and
Algerov.
Dom.
She's eating away of a pasta I made, and We're talking about some David Bowie shit.
Telling him all about my high school lesbian crushes.
On David Bowie?
No. On a YouTuber that really liked David Bowie. So that's kind of how that conversation came about. Can't control the name, Major Tom. I was talking her through getting home today, so.
Oh, I see.
So, phase 1, you were saying?
Yep. Phase 1. I have a mass recall device. I have a thing that I can focus the Space Stone's power through to allow us to essentially snatch these people up. To do so, however, we are going to need something to replace them with. Something that other people can literally see as a stand-in for them, so that all of the trauma of these things, of them dying, happens.
Where's water go? Did I drink it?
Nope. I put it in my glass.
Oh.
You want some water?
I didn't want that water, and I'm glad that you took it, because I would have totally just taken a sip just then, and then I would have been disgusted.
Johnny,
Yeah, what's up?
that whole conversation was directed at you, and you got distracted by Allie about water.
It did. It did happen.
Towards water your alleys before game starts.
Am I being too distracting, Johnny?
Yes.
The alley girl.
No.
I'm sorry, guys.
Why are you apologizing for having a conversation with your girlfriend?
Because I don't remember what Alex is talking about at all.
Oh, we need something that we can swap out for all the people we're going to rescue.
Yeah,
exactly.
I was thinking what I was thinking, and then Allie started talking, and all I was thinking was afflicted.
No, actually, that would track. We just use the Mind Stone to fundamentally alter them into the visage of the people we're taking as we're swapping them around.
Yeah.
So that essentially he gets a husk shaped like a person.
That's super mundane. That sucks to deal with.
Yep. Totally boring, empty, nothing to it. Essentially, it's a zombie. We're going to swap out all of the people that he thought he got to claim with zombies. And that means, since we're allowed to think of it, it's a story he hasn't taken, which means he won't see it coming. And it's possible.
Yep. So we got the Mind Stone, we got the Space Stone. Do we need the rest of the stones?
I mean,
we have a Chrono Stone. We have the Time Stone.
We do have a Chrono Stone. I can turn the Chrono Stone into the Time Stone using the template of the other stones.
So we got the Time Stone. What's the Power Stone and the
Reality Stone and
Reality
the Soul
Stone and the Soul Stone.
But I don't think we need all of them. Really, we just need those three, unless you think we're going to need more power.
Well, you said you wanted to get the souls of them, right?
Well, essentially, if we can snatch their asses up before he gets his hands on them, or as he gets his hands on them, now we'd want to do it before. Essentially, we're going to jump back to that point, stop time, swap everybody out. All those people are going to, quote unquote, get taken by Twilight. That's going to be the afflicted that get taken by Twilight and do nothing for him because they're worthless, because they're just the base ones. Yeah, the faceless. Just completely worthless. He's going to get all those bodies. All those people are going to disappear like they've been claimed by Twilight. We're going to use the Mind Stone to make everybody think that's what happened. And then we're going to essentially steal them, go forward in time, and drop them off again. So the events of all the things that happened, like the darkness claiming the Guardian's world, it's going to have to happen. All of the wounded here, they're going to have to happen. But we can fix those. Like we can heal them. We can essentially, we're stealing the people that wouldn't have survived.
Right.
And replacing them with afflicted.
Sure.
And we're making it so that nobody knows. So that when we go forward in time, back to now, but a later now, so the future, but the future's present. Everything makes sense. Essentially, we're lining up all the dots so that it happens. Twilight's going to get 16% of the labyrinth. He's going to get to wound a bunch of people. But he's not going to get 65% of all Centauri, and he's not going to get 90% of the Guardians, and he's not going to get whatever percentage of your demons got utterly fucking wrecked. We're gonna do an oopsie slide surprise on it.
Well, Kuroko trusts you. And
Probably your first pick, but thank you.
If you feel like you can get her done.
We can. Because he only gets
I hate that.
their stories
So weird.
if he wins. And he lost today. We can play on that loss, and we'll go double or nothing. So, we need a few things here. First, we need to make a time stone. Easy enough. We've got a chrono stone. We can do that. Cool. DM. I bonked the chrono stone into the time stone. Hiya! If I can't do it, I'll get Briley to do it. Or I'll get Briley to help me do it. And we both do it. Are you picking up any of this? What?
Yep, I'm listening.
Okay. We're going to make a time stone.
Yeah.
And we're going to go through we're going to go through the nightmare. So that when he tries to take advantage of that door, he gets nothing but ghost pepper to the face. Just so we're going to nightmare eyes and Alhazred. Or we can nightmare eyes a Kuroko if you want, but I was going to go a different route with it. Because I don't know how many more Kurokos you can stand. To have, funky stuff done.
All right. Well, you said you want to build it. Go build it.
All right, I'll build it. We'll build it. We've got a chrono stone, and we're going to use that as the base.
Lizard?
Lizard.
So what am I doing?
Right now, you're getting ready to be, as they say, a lizard.
Hey, we could use him as the power stone.
You want to use him as the power stone?
That'd be a good idea.
What does that even mean?
You can turn Kuroko into a soul stone.
We could. It was all about souls. You just want the whole set now at this point, don't you?
We need to make this the end game. It only makes sense.
You said end game.
What does it even mean turning me into the power stone?
Basically, we would be using you as a node for all power in the universe. We'd unbonk you later.
Yeah.
Well, this way. Yes.
So, what? So, if you're running all the power in the universe through me, what does that mean for me?
Well, we're going to turn you into the Power Stone so that it doesn't kill you.
So, you guys turn me into a rock?
Yes. Haven't you always loved rock?
I mean, rocks are kind of cool, but I don't think I really want to be one.
Well, you have options, Kuzma. You do have options. This is one of them.
I mean, yeah, clearly I have options, but I'm trying to ask, what is the point of turning me into a rock?
Because we're going to use you to power everything that we're doing here.
Right. And I go on record and say, like, the only reason I'm not saying that I don't trust this officer is because Al-Hazard is the one, Abdul Al-Hazard is the one telling it, so I have every confidence that he has an intention to turn me back.
Yeah, I can donk anything that I've bonked.
Yes, eventually. Sorry, I heard my father's voice in my head for a second, which is
That sucks.
kind of confusing because I never had a father.
I also fed him. Come
Hey,
on,
who?
Socks. Come on, Socks. Come on. My doggo. My sock and boppers. My handsome. Handsome perro. Perro. Go, perro. Go into the snow. Ay, 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 ay.
Do not throw that cat into the Wonderland.
I thought cat is gato. Perro's dog.
Yes.
Oh, you're right.
Yes? Yeah? Gato, perro?
No.
Yes.
I
Sí,
you are
es verdad. Muy bien.
Perro.
Ha
Perro.
Don't throw
Perrito.
the dog into the Wonderland. Although
I'm not throwing. My foot's not. I don't have a balance right now. He's kind of a heavy dog.
He's a heavy boy.
Two, there's no throwing that dog anywhere. He wouldn't get up. He's an old pupper. An old pupper.
Old pupper.
Yeah. All right. For the individuals here, you can conscript their assistants, but they're not going to come with you.
No, that's fair.
Some will require payment. Some will just do it for the sake of doing it. It's a wild world.
It's a wild world. All right. So I have
This
means of
magic
payment.
rock.
Yep, we're gonna make you a magic rock, man.
Turn him into one?
We're gonna use him as a power stone.
Oh.
Yep. I'm gonna straight up turn him into the power
hold
stone.
on. Hang on. If you turn me into a rock, that means. Oh, wait, no, that's right. Demirez is not. Right, Demirez is actually a place in hell now, not a realm.
Well, no, you have old Demirez and new Demirez. The old Demirez is a frozen wasteland in its original position.
Well, yeah, but I was about to say, when he turns me into a rock, old Demirez is probably going to pop out of existence because that thing's more or less maintained by my subconscious.
Maybe.
Conscious rock.
I mean, then again, we're not really using old Demirez anymore, so.
Trying to put an infinity gauntlet together?
I mean, maybe.
I don't know. My only other thought would be Carl would be mad if you turned me into a rock, but I think she also trusts you because I trust you, so.
Well, that's sweet of her.
Yeah.
I'm planning on having the 6 stones so that, and not making an infinity gauntlet, so that if there is an Infinity Gauntlet scenario later to fight Author, it should still work because he would have only seen us using the individual stones now, so he won't be prepared for combo power.
And well, we're all about combos.
Yep. Combo breaker.
And you want to use the Chrono?
Yep.
Chrono
We'll use the
Stone.
Chrono Stone
Yeah.
to make a time stone.
Cool. It's too much power. Too much power.
No, that's cool. We're good. We're good with it. We're good for it.
Hey, you know what we could do? We could
What's
use
that?
that golden hand.
Use what now?
Use that golden gauntlet.
And do you really want the golden hand? Because remember, right now it's perfect for third floor diving.
It's true,
Because-
but I mean, this is also story material.
That's true.
And it's just in the right position to fit one.
All right. Is that where you want to go with this? You want to make an Infinity Gauntlet for old beginning?
Okay, so this is going to sound possibly meek, but before you turn me into this magical power stone, I would like to have a chance to get home and inform, my significant other about this development.
All right, cool. Go tell your wife you love her, and you're going to go get turned into a rock and fight reality ending.
And he will go and do that. Girl, my love, sunshine of my life. Our heritage gonna bonk me with a hammer and turn me into a magic pebble for space-saving reasons. By which I mean, saving time and space and all that.
This has been a great opener, I must say.
The opener is we are going to use the fucking Infinity. Our epilogue is we build the Infinity Gauntlet.
Well, this is actually funny because I use my relevant juice got here, so I'm about to hop off. So yes, turn me into a rock.
Okay.
Perfect timing. But yes, of course, hugs and kisses for significant other. I love you, and then he goes and flies back, so I heard he turned him into a rock. And I will be back later.
All right. Kuroko.
Yes.
I want you to know ahead of time. If we Infinity Gauntlet this bitch, I'm totally down for that. But you don't get to keep it.
Oh, no, that's the thing. The gems go in, and that's it. And they come out. That's it. You know what I'm saying?
You're missing some articles there. That makes me a little tangentially nervous. But
so, just like the Infinity Gauntlet, you know how the stones go into the gauntlet?
Yep.
You can also take those stones out of the gauntlet.
Yeah.
That's the plan.
That's true. He did just set them in place and then they just locked in. Thank you.
Alright, finally got the dog back inside. He just stares at me sometimes like, what?
What do you mean? What do you
mean? What do you mean? I'm like, get your butt over here. He's like, I don't know about that.
Listen, human, I'm not totally sold on this plan of yours.
Pretty much. I love the guy, but oh my gosh. I think he just ignores me when he can. He's got selective hearing, even though he's deaf.
Right?
Deaf-ish.
Alright, so DM, we make the Infinity Stones. You too, thank you.
Alright, well, you have the tapestry hammer. You have a whole bunch of materials collected among you. You can upgrade them to tapestry grade, and you got your stones.
Yep.
Takes a bit of effort. So a couple of the other crafters are like, you're a little off what you're aiming for. You make some corrections after you confer with each other. And then finally you got a bunch of stones.
Awesome. All right. Kuroko Golden Hand.
To confirm what stones we have the Mind Stone, which we got from the Mind Pillar. We got the Space Stone, which we got from the Swiftness Pillar. We got the Time Stone with the combination of Paradox and Alhazard and the rest of the craftsmen. We got the Power Stone, which we've termed Kuzmo, a god of ambition, power, and chaos, energy. And a literally energy being into the Power Stone. We use Kuroko, one of the Kurokos, and turn her into the Soul Stone. And what are we missing?
Reality.
Reality Stone.
Hazard will make one.
Out of what? Piece of a tapestry square? Maybe one of the ones that Kuzma brought back?
Use one of the tapestry scraps. Or as many of them as we need, but yeah. We literally use pieces of creation to make the realities. Boom. Let me get them. We have the other people make some alterations to them, and I'll be like, "All right, I understand none of you want to come with us. Excuse me. I understand.
Can't hear you, Alex.
I understand none of you want to be directly involved, but we could use your help where you can provide it. If you require payment, tell me. And Alhazred will make IOUs. And anybody that wants payment, he will hand them an IOU, which is basically one free, I'll make anything for you. No questions asked. If you don't have the materials for it, I personally go source them myself.
No, they're like, all right, cool. A couple of them are like, can we use it now?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, you go on a little crafting side adventure.
Woo!
Make some shit. What else you got? Any other thing you want to pull into this? Dude?
And both of my avatars look at me and they go, and they Rochambeau for it.
Funny.
Whoever wins steps forward and is like, man. And I take that avatar, let's say Avatar Hazard, instead of Avatar Hazard the second. And Avatar Hazard is nightmarized.
Okay. All right. With the DLB's help, and we got quite a bit going. Got quite a bit of things going on for you guys. Quite the crew.
Honestly, between Kuroko, Hazard, and the DLB, I don't really foresee a situation we don't have some kind of answer to.
What
Okay.
about Lucy? Should we not do that before everything has a chance to fall apart,
Just in case.
just in case?
All right. DM, just in case everything goes to complete and utter shit, a Hazard heals Lucy.
She's not here.
I know she's not here. I'm going to go to my lab, and I'm going to call her. I'm going to bring Omega.
She is currently occupied. She will not be able to make it for quite some time, but you'll receive a ping notification when she can make it.
Okay. Because essentially, we were going to try. Okay, you know what? That's fine.
Lucy,
I'm going to build. Go ahead.
Lucy has to do a lot of specific stuff regarding, I don't know, hiding.
The blood. You should bonk it into me. Make me half demon, half angel.
Yeah, so it's basically you gotta. She's got to play the shuffle game between safe houses.
Right.
And there's a timing thing. Greater Weaver can go where it wants when it needs to, but Lucy's gotta be careful of her movements.
Yeah, makes sense.
That would be something different for the next scenario. Something that the Void hasn't experienced yet before.
That's fair. All right. Okay. We're gonna take Lucy's blood and we're going to bonk it into Kuroko. And we're going to elevate the core Kuroko or Koroko.
How much?
All of it that we have. We're gonna make her as much a percentage of Seraphim as we can get. And if need be, I'll cultivate the blood in the lab in my my personal workshop. I'll cultivate it until we get as much as we need.
You cannot make more.
No?
Seraphim have a very specific amount of blood. You cannot make more of it, and there cannot be less of it. It can be destroyed and lost, but they cannot make more. The blood.
So they don't have like bone marrow?
No, they don't make more blood. Because blood is a context in which your brain can put it into. It is a near physical, tangible object in its solidarity. It doesn't mix with your blood. It doesn't. It's like a lodestone. It's like think of it as like a blood crystal. It's not liquid, but yeah, it can be. It's semi-affected by the dream, and interacting with it does require Seraphim crafting forge, and also you imbue it into you. It doesn't turn you towards being a Seraphim. It just kind of adds to the power set, like specifically your wife with that droplet of blood. Because you gave her, was it Seraphim blood?
Yeah.
One drop of it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't circulate in her blood. It sits there like a malignant tumor.
Mm-hmm.
What's taking so long?
Penis. That's what's taking so long. It's a grower, not a shower. It takes a while. You know this.
Shada was like, "What's taking so long?"
It was pretty good. I originally thought this would be like really unpleasant tea, but it just something about it.
Okay. Yeah. We're going to bonk the ever-loving shit
How many
out of
drops you got?
Kuroko.
You got 10 from the vial.
I got a whole ass vial. I'm pouring it into Kuroko. I shouldn't need any of this to heal Lucy, should I?
Okay.
Because I have other stuff.
You just do it all at once, or are you doing it one at a time?
We're gonna do it one at a time, just because we're not entirely sure, like,
First
how
one.
much of her would be
Yeah,
subsumed.
first one is a perfectly okay imbuement. You feel incredibly stronger. The second one is a minus 30 influence test. The second one is a minus 60 influence test. If you fail any of these, you will have what is called dream rot. And it is just as bad as void corruption. You will be unraveled as an idea.
Kuroko, you're still nanobridge to me. You can't fail those tests.
No, you gave it back.
True.
Oh, like the timeline's been fucked. If we
No,
haven't
it's
had-
base test. No statting. Now stat doping. Base test. And yes, if you have 10 drops, it's a minus 300 influence test. Or minus 270, sorry.
Matt, I crit.
Oh. Yes,
You roll
you
a
did.
1.
No, you rolled an 11, which is a
Roll
1 for
two
him.
ones.
God damn it.
That's 2 drops.
Okay. Minus 30.
Oh no, the first one doesn't require a roll.
Yep.
The second one's a minus 30. The third one's a minus 60.
Third one's a minus 60.
So you're going to have what is called dream rot.
It's okay, Matt. What I'll do is I will swap the 23 that I have and the 100.
It's not going anywhere, friend. You're playing with fire here. That 100 is not going anywhere. Oh, the worst time to roll a 100.
I'm gonna steal those zeros.
Does not come out either.
I have a tapestry grade hammer, and I could do that shit to a conqueror. And conquerors, like this conqueror, rolled on a seraphim. Like, I'm gonna eat your ass. I'm gonna
But he
eat
was
your
playing
ass
by a
till you
specific
like
set
it.
of rules.
Right. That doesn't.
What about Shira's coin?
Okay. I need to let you know you can alter it. You can change it, but you're getting dream rot as a causality. How you deal with it, that's up to you guys. Imbibing a heavy amount of seraphim blood is not safe.
Yeah, we don't got that long a lifespan anyway.
By your standards, you do. And that is hypocritical. Because you specifically are like, no, we're going to defy everything. And then you throw around and say that.
No, it's a quote. That's the joke. Is that how do I explain this properly? The joke is that Alhazred, provided that the tapestry doesn't die and take him with it, is going to live forever. So's Kuroko. But ultimately, until we deal with Author, all of our deaths are inevitable. Like, until they're not, we are doomed.
Mm-hmm.
That's the joke.
Sure.
So what I'm getting out of this is the only way to survive this thing is if I roll the
Don't
next
do it at all.
the next minus 90 and I roll 1. And I get a paradox.
Well, he's doing it one at a time, so you can stop when you realize there's a problem.
But I still have dream rot, so
Yeah, that's where you get the You
What
realize it's
exactly
wrong.
is dream rot? What does it do?
You are being undone as an idea. You are being reverted back to your constituent parts to be seeded throughout the tapestry, and not as a seeded as in I can become more pieces and that's more legion, as in you're ashes to ashes, dust to dust. You are dream particles. You set yourself on fire, dream-wise, basically. You're corroding it. It's like being just undone, as I said. Dipped in acid, set on fire, pulled apart.
Do you have anything you want to try on this before I take a swing at it?
Well, Matt's not letting me swap the 23.
Because you rolled it, and you're going under the influence of the effect. Also, do you know how much power is in each one of these drops of blood?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, each additional droplet of blood basically sets your character sheet haywire. Like the first one, you can feel a bolstering of your identity. You can feel a bolstering of power. But after that, it just becomes like a physical, tangible weight on who you are. And the bolstering of yourself hardens and becomes less malleable. It's almost like a fluidium corruption. And by the third one, it's like your veins are filled with concrete, and the core concept of you starts to shift and is unable to withstand the sheer weight of it. And it actually starts to bend, and instead of breaking, your body does a radical shift to try and evolve past it, and then just mutates. So, dream cancer. But not in the nightmarish fun way. It's not an immediate death. It's a slow one.
It is a death of the character, for sure.
Yes, it can be, yes. No one's run into dream rot yet. It's not supposed to be a thing. But no one's also had that much seraphim blood and tried to imbue it into the same person.
And I can't use the null ice here to stop it from happening.
You could stop it from spreading, but you'll have null ice in your chest.
Well, with one of my Nexus powers, I can literally shut off parts of myself.
Yeah, you'll have to basically isolate and contain it with that null ice power.
No, I got you, homie. I got you. I'm going to take a dropper DM.
Mm.
And I'm going to take some of my third floor materials and build some basic medical equipment. And I'm going to essentially use the stuff I've got, the third floor corrosion chemical, and I'm going to specifically isolate the individual cells of dream rot and excise them.
Okay.
I am a damn good medic.
Yeah, no, I'm saying you can do that. It's a good use. That's a very abstract and out of the box thinking, using a material that is also new. Problem is, Kuroko, you realize people aren't meant to have these. If you put like a single drop gains power, more drops, it's actually counterintuitive.
Right.
You can talk to a Mega about it. That's a full-blooded Seraphim.
I didn't need to go past 11 per se.
Yeah, no, 11. That was an incredibly powerful bolstering. But beyond that, your body started to reject it.
All right. So she successfully acquired 2 drops of Seraphim blood, right?
Right. One is uncomfortable. The second one's uncomfortable. The first one sits strongly.
Okay. I'm going to extract the 3rd drop from her blood then, since it seems like it's killing her.
Yo, it very much is. And you pull it out, and it's like it's liquid, but it's physical.
Yep.
It's dense. You can pick it up literally with tweezers, and it's just a goblet. And you could drop it into a test tube. It's kind of crazy.
Put it in the vial.
Yeah.
And then we heal the Kuroko. It's like, sorry about the life surgery.
She's just gonna be quiet. Say, I think that was too much.
It's a lot, I know. The second one is likely going to be, well, like I said, a lot. I'm wondering if I should imbibe one of these myself, or if it would just be, if it is a needful thing to do so.
Why don't you take the other one out too?
You sure?
She kind of looks at Omega and says, even if I can survive it, I don't think it's worth it. It'd be better used somewhere else.
Fair enough. This is acceptable then. And he'll just reach in and take out the 2nd drop and leave her with 1.
No, 2 drops. Take out the 72.
Oh yeah, I already took out the 3rd.
You took out the 4th one, the 100. There was 4 drops.
Oh, I'm sorry. I lost count. I'm AFK as fuck right now. Yeah. No. Okay. You want me to cut it down to 2?
So Matt, can we confirm that I still have dream rot and the character's dead?
He doesn't. I cured.
You excised it using the material gained from the basically the reality acid.
Okay.
Yeah, you no longer have to. You're good.
That is what would be if that got to spread, and that type of that is a extremely infectious material. Dream rot. It can rot a tapestry from the inside out. It mutates it into nothing useful. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like Nightmare is useful. This is a stage between Nightmare and Dream where it's just like I do nothing useful but take up space.
It's the white bread of universes. It's just empty
calories. Is it still dream rot or is it the blood now?
No, the blood caused it, but it's unaffected by it. It's
the causality, as you said.
Yeah. He actually found a way to destroy it, thus saving the tapestry again, because that stuff is almost impossible to get rid of once it's there.
I figured as much.
Holy shit! You saved the universe just now.
Yeah, again, but you also caused the doom of the universe. Well,
so take what coins we can.
But hey, now you have a solution. So if you ever see it again, you have the means of just excising it. It does create a tapestry grade material that you can catch. Hazard.
Yeah.
When you excise it, it creates an acrid smoke from the burning, and that smoke is just nothing. It's just a smoke cloud of banality. It's a basically, as you said, white bread, no purpose, useless. It's basically useless. That's the quality.
Mm-hmm. Oh, perfect.
And you've never
I know
seen
exactly what I'm going to do with you.
You have never seen anything in the dream that is useless. In fact, combining it with other things might not be possible because it's useless.
Great. Or it can make other things useless.
Yeah, if you expose it to it long enough, it's like, you know how you like smokehouse something? You could smokehouse, but it would
Oh,
use the
DM, you don't know what you put in my hand.
but it's still dream material.
Yeah.
It's dream. It is an it affects dream stuff. It makes things useless, but it's a
I
one-time
got
use.
this now, Herman. Sorry, I'm just really excited. This is wonderful. This is amazing. That is definitely getting captured. It's going in a jar, and we're gonna set that aside.
Yeah, and the glass of the jar becomes useless.
Yep.
And just
So it's useless. Does it not like hold the smoke anymore? Or?
not really, no.
We should probably put it in a different container then, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, just I have like a sample, like a specimen sample from the stuff I've made on the third floor. Let me try that.
All right. That'll use up the smoke and make both those containers useless.
Okay.
Should have just checked it at the void. Here's some dream.
No.
You have two useless containers. One
I'm
glass,
gonna
one
use this.
metal.
But Matt said the use was used.
Yeah, it's done. It's gone.
Yeah.
Smoke's gone.
Yeah. But now we've got two useless containers.
Oh, okay.
I may have cackled too much. But anyway. So, we can't heal Lucy right now, but we can nightmareize an Alhazred. And I'm going to take the books off the shelf, and I'm going to use them as the skill books they are, where I read them. I read a page, and all the knowledge of them is downloaded directly into my brain again. I'm just going to reach out and crush a spider as it climbs out of my ear.
It goes squish, and when you let go, it pops back and then skitters off.
Yeah.
They're becoming more resilient.
Like, yep. And I grab it by the dangling thread, and I just toss it into the box.
It's like, no, not the box, not the box. I have a family. It literally is yelling at you. I have a family. Don't do this to me.
They'll go with you. Don't worry.
You monster.
Yeah, we're gonna take Avatar Hazard.
And heard and.
What's that?
I heard and. We'll take Avatar Hazard and.
And Nightmare. We're gonna take Avatar Hazard. We're gonna nightmareize him, the poor bastard.
Okay.
Because he's our guide. He's how we get there.
Sure.
We're not going to completely nightmareize him. Just because we want at least some of his actual identity and existence intact.
So we're aiming for like a large scale alteration into Nightmare.
Mhm.
Very much along the vein of our team, where like there's still a percentage of dream in there. But we're making that a considerably smaller percentage than Nightmare.
Okay.
And
Y'all ready?
and so we fall.
Everyone ready?
You ready, Johnny?
No, but I mean, I have to. So
Okay. So you guys dive in with the help of the TLB. Avatar Hazard, he's like, this way! But, you have no control, so he'll take you there.
Yeah. Yeah. Like,
You guys dip your way through all the different things that could be, would be, should be, shan't be, and should not be, and avoid the the perceptions of creatures that would most likely snatch you.
yeah.
And you find yourself in a hallway of dilapidated buildings, dust and ash, under a twilight sun. He's like, this is where we're supposed to be.
Is it?
Yeah. No, this looks like the you guys went back in time. He's like, this is it. This is the timeline.
Okay. So you said a Twilight Sun. Are we essentially saying that the author of Twilight has consumed the timeline?
No. Because if you go forward to the after, it's fine. But when you go back, it's not. And if you go way before that, it's not. Like, there's a weird dichotomy. If you go back in time for the out of bounds labyrinth, it's this wrongness. But if you go back and forward in time specifically for anything else, it's fine.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm stumped. Kuroko, it's your turn.
all right. So I think what we've learned here is that either way, Twilight owns this. What we have so far.
There is a broken three-legged table with a little card on it that says, your reservation's this way.
He did offer us dinner.
You open an unlimited number of doors. It's the same thing. Different scenes. Sometimes you see the outstretching of an ashen person that just dust. Sometimes you feel the gaze of piercing eyes. Or many focal points of attention put your way. Some powerful, some small. But always in the center of your gaze, something propping up. Your reservation is this way. It's always the same direction too, even if it points at a wall.
Well, Kuroko, it looks like we are getting fucked in the ass on this one.
This is just author's Twilight. This is the place.
Right. So essentially, traveling back in time is terrible because he's completely consumed all of the timeline up to the present.
Something like that.
Yeah. Which is, excuse the fuck out of me?
Go talk to him.
I don't want to fucking talk to him.
Good job.
I should think that.
Beginning, Will. She opens up the what was it called? It was a card, was it? It was a
Really degenerates come eat.
it had a scroll, pretty much, and that's what he offered after the 10th floor. So I know it's not the same one that's on the table. So what I'll do is I'll
That's
open it up.
on the table.
It's a what on the table?
Placard. It's just just
this way kind of deal.
Yeah, this way.
Yeah. Well, I will think about author, and I will step towards the direction.
Yeah, you step through, and you end up in a less dilapidated building, but the walls have big chunks missing. But it looks like the walls kind of reconstruct itself bit by bit, and then some others deconstruct itself bit by bit. There's no ash and dust here. It looks like it was freshly swept.
I see.
And a man made of paper on the other side. Pick any seat you want.
We meet again, author. I will.
Indeed. Are your friends coming, or should I close the door?
Imagine they are. They just need to think about it.
Indeed they do. Would you like something?
You did take away Chamonix's tea once upon a time, and it's been
Would
a
you
while.
like it back?
Do I want it back? No. It is yours. You've earned it. But if you'd like to share...
Of course. And he claps his hands, and a greater voidling of the Twilight comes over and has a little butler outfit and serves you guys tea. An exact copy.
It is yours, after all.
I do enjoy it. It is one of the great treats that I have been gifted by one of yours, freely too. Which
that is true. That is not.
It may have been a small thing, and means nothing to the tapestry in the end, but it is something I enjoy daily, even if the concept of days doesn't really exist. It's more of a dream thing.
Well, you should definitely try out Chamonix's other kinds.
Only if offered freely, and he would not get the rest of you back.
Of course, I understand.
So,
maybe someday that might happen.
Indeed. So, what can I do for you?
I thought we'd have a chat about the story.
What a story it was. I love stories. Specifically, this particular one will go down as one of my favorites of all time. I may have lost, but that's okay. I was part of the story, and that is what matters. And the more interesting the story, the more I'm invested in it. That doesn't mean I have to devour it. Doesn't mean it has to go up on my bookshelf as a trophy. as one of the things I've claimed, but I can remember it. And since it was won fairly by the rules, I have no claim over it, except for the bits that I got. So, you did good. It was wonderful. It was excellent. I got to play a villain, as I usually get to, and I could not be more enthused. I'm still feeling that energy from the moment in which you ripped it from my fingers. And it was right there. So exciting.
Of the afflicted.
The afflicted are an amazing thing. They were so troublesome. Every which way, they would have been a lot more difficult to deal with were I not my people different. They're a perfect tool against voidlings of the lower and lesser variety. Especially the special ones you sent. Oh my goodness. Those were abysmal. Fortunately, my forces are that of a conqueror's, an army. But they did their job. And I got nothing from them, which was interesting. Well, in correction. Killing them yields nothing of value, but that of a shell, which can be turned into a lesser voidling, but what use really are they? Actually, they have their uses. Correction on myself.
Alhazard just quietly sipping tea.
Welcome. What can I get you?
He followed Kuroko in. Like he wasn't going to let her go alone.
Oh, I didn't know. Okay. So, you must be confused. You had a good plan.
This is as expected.
How so?
You won it fair and square, as you said.
Why did you walk over there?
It's not a thing that I have to yield to. Time and fate specifically are my most delicious prey. They, unfortunately, are weapons that will be used and turned against you.
But you're not very much a fan of Destiny, though, are you?
It falls under the fate type of thing. It's a subset. It's not as susceptible, but definitely does worse than anything else.
You see, as she points to her armor, I'm a little bit lacking my destiny.
Oh, no, that's for you to write. And I wonder a story what that will be,
It was taken, and now it is a blank canvas.
And what is a blank canvas for but to write your own story?
Hmm.
So, the way of things have told me that you're not pleased with the ending of the story.
Oh, is he speaking to me?
He's speaking in general.
Hmm.
You never know which way the head faces. Like, he sometimes walks in a direction, parts of him twist and turn and contort shape. The head always faces your general direction, but it also looks like it's facing other directions.
You know,
No.
that story, like you said, one for
Mhm.
the history books. Something that I got to experience for a first time.
Yes.
I imagine this isn't the first for you.
Of
And it will
that
be the
nature,
last.
absolutely it is. It
Oh,
was an incredible story. I don't mind that I lose. You see,
like
I
you
don't
said,
mind at all. The more interesting the story, the better.
you are part of it, and that is all that matters.
You know, I've even come to learn, even if I'm not part of it, I still enjoy a hell of a good story. I can't be part of everything. Well, I can,
Yes.
but I choose not to. I don't have a place in some stories. It's kind of like an insert of a character that doesn't belong. I got to play a great enemy here because that was the theme. The void was the enemy. There was no self-insert. It was just I was always there.
In fact, not too long ago, said he should be done like.
Grabbing the out of bounds could have been easy.
I don't know if we
It
really.
could have been. You're correct. I could have not cared about the out of bounds. I could have accepted it as it was.
Lock everything up.
True.
And keep
Pot.
But me not yanking it out at any point in time was the plan. I didn't want it to be boring. I hate boring. Boring is a tedium that I do not wish to have to subject myself to.
And it's funny because you didn't even know about it, did you? Until we decided to open up a hole.
Not necessarily. I can play the part of an observer as well as play a part of a participant.
See?
I get to peer into the tapestry because I am surrounding the entirety of the tapestry. That's the size of the conquerors. We have no limit to our size.
Of course.
I am infinite. And far beyond that. I cover the entirety of the outside of the tapestry, which is a sublayer right on the outer edge of the veil.
It's the twilight, as you say.
The twilight. I am the barrier between the void and the veil. I had an extra layer of protection. In addition, for some things that were conceded to me. A concession. It was either that or devour the tapestry, but somebody convinced me not to. It was a fascinating story, so much so that I agreed to it, because I wanted to see more like it. One-of-a-kind stories.
So our story, the one we just had, do you have it recorded somewhere?
In my head, in the pages that are shuffling around. There's a difference between having it recorded and having it remembered. Specifically for me, if I have it written down on a book on my shelf, it means I own it, and none of your tapestry may have it. That
See.
includes tea recipes. That tea recipe will never ever happen again. That combination, that temperature,
That moment.
that moment. That's my tea. But it's written down. If I remember it, well, that's just my own memories. It's not for me to take. Unless I get my hands on it. And I did take bit from you, and that, you can see it rankles. It's not something that you particularly are pleased with. And if you want it back, we'll have to play for it.
The unfortunate part is that this is your house.
Yes. I'll tell you a little secret. A little to reward you for your efforts and your boldness for even the sheer attempt of going back and undoing what was done.
But even so, you did offer tea.
The little secret is I play by a set of rules. Rules of engagement, particularly. That particular scenario, I had a role to play, and thus I played it. I thought myself a pretty good actor, by the way. But once the rules of engagement have been played, you cannot undo it when I'm involved. Time is not your friend. I own it. I eat it. There is nothing you can undo. I play by a different set of rules once it's already been played out. You cannot go back and undo anything unless I allow it.
So what you're saying is that we need to play you for the souls that you've earned.
No. I will also say this: they will not be used in the demise of your tapestry. The rules of your tapestry is you must bring down your own tapestry from within,
Right.
separate from my meddling. I'm here to protect it. All I can do is whisper. I can whisper in the ears of anyone I so choose. You can ignore it. You can take it. What I say could be meaningful. What I could say could be corrosive. My agents that bring my word, they can deliver the message entirely differently than what I was originally delivered. It's a little game of telephone. What I can't do is directly reach in and break it. My agents cannot either. We have negotiated a non-aggressive pact. I cannot corrupt you from within directly, but I can twist your cells into knots and have you, the dream, kill itself. And that is the rule for me winning. That's
It's a
the
much better
engagement.
story.
The men and women and others that I took are going to be used to protect your tapestry. They're agents of Twilight now, but they will be used to fight the Void, and not to be used as agents against the Dream. I allowed these rule sets to be applied to me when I was elevated because of that one story back long ago. I was enamored with it. It was my entire world. It was my everything. And I wanted that sensation again, and you gave it to me. Just proves to me that perhaps my decision was right. This is a very interesting tapestry. Things happen. It's exciting. But because of it, things evolve and change and happen so quickly, you're more likely to have a negative change. And when you destroy yourselves from within, it'll be I, Arthur, who will devour you. If you want them back, we have to play for it. Or offer equivalent exchange. I'm going to use them to fight off the Void and their agents. I need something of equal value. That's a lot of very potent and powerful men and women, and others.
Hmm.
You can see it doesn't sit well with your friend.
I can't speak for a hazard, but what I can offer you is a new type of afflicted.
Don't want it.
Because you said they're useless, right?
Good. But they're not as good as my Twilight agents. Those stones on your hand.
Yes.
That would be within my interest.
I understand completely.
Trade the collection. I get a bunch of pretty trinkets on my mantle. And you can have your men. I'll even give you the small little pittance I took from the labyrinth back. You'll have your complete victory.
Unfortunately, the materials in those are not something that can be given.
Play for him.
What's the nature of the game?
Alhazard, in order to ask, we need to accept.
Well, that hardly seems fair.
No, it's not. But you're coming to me. But I won't make the terms untenable.
Remember, Alhazard, it's not just stones. It's me, and it's Kuzma.
I know. That's why I didn't accept. Because I do not have the right to keep or give away the entire collection.
Hmm.
The thing we need to actualize here is, unfortunately, we made a bet with ourselves. Come this far and try our... No, do. There was no try.
Hmm.
Tricky, isn't it?
If you're not willing to trade the stones, we could play for something else offered. Regardless, your lives will be at risk.
It's true.
But not at my hands, but by the nature of the game that I have in mind. But of course, if you do accept the game, we can negotiate what type of game we will be playing. And I do like a little bit of Rochambeau. Very big fan.
So, what did author just say there? I'm a very big fan of what?
Rochambeau, rock,
Rochambeau.
paper, scissors.
I know why he's very much a fan of Rochambeau. That's when him and the Hound became partners in crime. Two voidlings working together.
So, yes or no? Do you want to play a game with me?
That's the only way you have in mind for us to get what we came for?
Or trade? A direct trade. Business.
Hmm.
Business is, well, I think I can. To give you context of someone you'd be familiar with, I'm pretty sure I could scam even Nios out of his underwear. And he'd be thanking me for it. A lot of people don't like to do business with me. Because it's a game of loss and greater loss. That's why I offer the game. People like to play. They can win and I get nothing. or I lose everything.
But do you really lose, though, because you enjoy the game so much?
I do. You are very astute. It's another aspect of the story. The players come back at the end, the extra chapter, the epilogue, potentially leading to the sequel, which, if that happens, oh, wonderful. Truly magnificent. So, technically I don't lose, but I may lose something, but I don't lose overall. I get to have a game. And I do hate being bored, so don't bore me.
And I
But
suppose let's play a game.
I have one, and what about you?
Kuroko will look to Alhazard.
Don't have to. Did you catch that? I don't know if I was so quiet.
You said
Don't have
you
to.
don't have.
Yeah. Just, I am uncertain.
Trepidatious? Yes, of course.
And I don't like that feeling.
Yes, yes, indeed.
At the same time,
Oh,
I would do anything for the labyrinth. To have them back who have fought would be so grand. But Alhazard, if we offer this up, I need to die. Because what has been taken into a new labyrinth, my home, will be taken with these stones. Is that not correct?
oh, well, we haven't negotiated terms of the game, the bets, so to speak. I asked for something, you said no, so it is what it is. We haven't even negotiated what game we're gonna play.
I thought it was
How-
Rochambeau.
No, I prefer Rochambeau, but you have to accept that you are playing a game before we negotiate what we're playing and what for.
I see.
Yes. What shall happen? Yes, no, maybe so. I mean, you'll be legends. You played a game with the Conqueror. You've already won once, too, which is amazing. Who says you can't do it again?
Alhazard, your people are important to me. The people we lost are important to me. I just need you to look at me. It's going to be okay. Can't? Then I think we should go.
No game? Oh, come on now. I'll have them right back to you. Right before their death. Perfectly fine, completely confused. And a little more, of course. I'll even give them a veil weapon. I've got a collection, you see. They're not particularly powerful, but they serve their purpose. I have a lot at my disposal.
Okay, you said you needed what from me?
I said I need you to look me in the eyes and tell me it's going to be okay. If you can't do that, then we should enjoy the rest of our tea and accept that the people we lost will now fight for and against the void.
They're tiny now. They're tiny forever.
Hazard's going to turn and look at Kuroko. And he's going to look her dead in the eye and say, everything's going to be fine.
Sighs. Says, very well. I make my promise to accept the game.
Game it is. And you hear the door close. Your exit back through the nightmare. A game we have. So what shall we play? Or would you prefer to set the terms of the betting first? Now, I like no holds betting. Betting beyond the original terms of which you came for. But it could change the nature of what we might play. Bigger stakes could mean a more complicated game. Or we could play the most simple games possible with the most ludicrous stakes. So, what do you want? Or what type of game would you like to play? Yes, no? Do I go first?
I'm thinking. It's a rather heady choice after all.
You are correct. Enjoy your tea. Would you like some else? I have ended up with this wonderful lemon tart recipe. Oh, somebody literally died for this. It was that good.
Ew.
His servant comes over and gives him some lemon tart on a plate. With the little itty bitty, just fork. Just as I remember it. Ah, so good. Cake, or tart in this case.
No, thank you.
Ah.
You've offered up enough hospitality for.
Cost to you. Believe me, I will not attempt to trick you into equivalent exchange. It's pleasantries as host.
Hazard. Rochambeau?
Incredible at it, actually.
Three-way game, perhaps?
Nope, it'll be 2-on-2. Myself, me, and you two.
I see.
That way, I have more to lose, you see. In the particular case of an unfair advantage, the one with less numbers, while outnumbered, does tend to stand less to lose and more to gain, for I have more prey to prey on. You see. It's kind of an inverse of an inverse situation. So, I'll even the odds and make it 2v2. Equal number of opportunities around. I do have the ultimate game, my favorite game of all time, which I will offer to you because it takes an incredible amount of preparation, which I can, of course, do. But it's my favorite game, and it is always for the highest stakes.
What's that?
Game of survival, my friend. In a realm that is so precious to me. The Endless City. Is a unique place where voidlings dwell. And only voidlings should tread. But a daughter of mine has developed a shell, an armor set, that allows dream creatures to tread there. You will find things that you cannot imagine. For it is from a tapestry long lost. How is it still there? It is a mystery that I have discovered, and you may attempt to. But it is a game of survival. You must survive one day and night there. That is all.
How long do the days and nights last?
That is a good question. They don't. There is no day and no night. You'll have to figure that out. You could be there for eternity. An endless slog. But this, it's kind of where I got the name. It's a perpetual twilight. You'll have to figure it out. Because it's still the same terms. But even in the city of Twilight, you can experience an entire day and night cycle. Good question. I've gotten people on that one before.
Day and day. I would play that game. Kuroko? What are your thoughts?
My thoughts, Rochambeau is much easier choice. But
I prefer the no cheating one. But some players, they like to play the manipulation game. I like the old-fashioned randomness of it. Sheer utter chaos. And you dictate the bet each individual round. And you go until neither can determine or agree on a bet. Minimum 3. Minimum 3 runs, or 3 instances of Rochambeau per person. But if you want to play the cheaters game, you will not win. This is my realm, and I am the best cheater of all.
why play someone at his own game?
Precisely.
Survival.
Mm-hmm.
Survival it is.
The terms, then. You see multiple forms of paper of him formed into another body, and they just kind of thousands, millions. You can't really understand how many copies that he just could pour out of this one person talking to you. Walk into the walls, turn into paper, slip through the cracks. It will prepare the arena. The terms. Now, make them most salacious. We're playing my favorite game, and I don't want you uninspired. There's one set of terms I will not agree on, since they cannot be altered by myself or other parties. But everything else is on the table.
Base, the minimum investment would be the return of everything and everyone that was lost in the labyrinth.
Done. Including the percentage that I took?
Exactly so.
Ah, yes, your perfect victory, the one you've been looking for, striving for, unhappy until you get it.
I still think Author should have the 11th floor, don't you think?
I'll give that back too.
That was above the labyrinth. My understanding was that it was
the beginning.
I don't mind. Yeah. Do you want it back? It's floor of nothing, but it's a very interesting nothing. What would it look like when it actually is part of the labyrinth, or part of the labyrinth again inside the dream? Maybe it takes on a different shape. Maybe you lost the most important floor of all and you just didn't know it. But I still offer it up. The great mystery of the floor above.
Everything and everyone lost in the labyrinth then.
To Twilight.
To Twilight.
I'm not going to go back in time and ruin the story because you want me to save others. Done in by your own collective dream hands.
An
That's
arc. A single non-weaver fabricated tapestry square that you forswear any claim to, and any right of a conqueror to attempt to invade. Anything inside of it is exempt from your bargain with the Seraphim. And if it should evolve naturally into its own tapestry, the squares that evolve in that fashion would share its exemption.
That's going to be interesting. Because tapestry, square in which you speak of, is a singularity within a whole. Now, until I devour this tapestry, I'm attached to it, and I cannot extend my reach to other tapestries. So if that square ever disconnects from its host, I am physically, mentally, spiritually, all the above, unable to go along with it and protect it. And in doing so, I will have no control over it again, like you asked, exempt. And you will then have to contest with the void. The other 13, I mean. And what lies beyond it. As for what specifically lies, if it were to specifically grow, um, because if that were to specifically go beyond one, it would no longer be an arc. It would be a natural evolution, but its only purpose is to be exempt from my claws, my grasp, my little win. But if I have nothing to strive for, if that became rote for the entire tapestry and I was exempt from the original deal, I'd have nothing to wish for. No win condition for me. Which isn't very fun. I'll give you 1 square. And no more than 1 square. If it evolves, there's still fair game. You will have your arc. It'll be 1 single square. And anything in it is sacred against my original agreement with the Seraphim. You may have it. And if that ever became disconnected, and I ended up devouring that tapestry, I will then protect it. However I can. I would still have to devour the original host for me to fulfill my ascension. But you can have a single tapestry square as an arc, in which I will protect while it's part of the host. Anything beyond that, well, I'm going to have to make the survival a lot harder, because you're going to try and bet me out of everything. Bet me out of, well, winning and becoming a true conqueror. Because for now, I'm stuck. I have to eat you.
Okay. Hazard picks at that for a second, and then
Tapestry square must be of standard size. Now, the standard size can grow, as the tapestry does. But it must be of normal tapestry square size.
do I know, generally speaking, how big that is, DM?
It's kind of hard to conceptualize, but yeah. You
Fits
kind of look at it
one
as a quilt, and the
instead
quilt
of
fits in the grid of the quilt squares fit in the design of the quilt.
Yeah. Because my understanding is that each tapestry square is effectively infinite.
In the confines of a hyper infinite reality, yeah. But what can be fit in an infinite dream is nowhere near comparison to what can be fit within an infinite void. Infinite is a laughable term.
Yeah.
When we're like,
Things get
dude, we are
crowded after a
infinite,
certain
we are
length of time.
impossible. They're like, dude, you don't even understand. I wrap around every tapestry that's infinite of you, and I also fill with all the other idiots all the space between each tapestry. If that's not infinite, you're not allowed to have that word. Stop it. But yeah, the reason why each tapestry square is infinite is because it's always expanding, even if it's small. So it infinitely grows, and it's of an infinite potential space. But there is boundaries.
Potentially
They're
infinite
just
space.
designed for you not to ever find them.
Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, if a guy were to run into the edge of the world and be like, "This tapestry square is flat. It's a flat square," It's like, no, ah, man, now we got a flat square. So yeah, it's the boundaries aren't meant to be found by those who, except for those who have the right to find them. You guys can find them, but they're hard to find, on purpose.
You done with it?
Okay. All right.
What is this for exchange? I will offer my legion.
In exchange, no. This is a game of survival. If you lose, you die.
Ah, very well. There's no anything else we need to add besides the terms.
If we
Right.
lose,
The more you ask,
he
the more
gets
hard I
us.
make it.
Correct.
And if you die, I own you.
Correct.
And I own all your property. I own all the things connected to you. I own your stories.
Yes.
I will own everything connected to you as well, unless you want that as severed
You get to stay here.
as part of the bargain.
We're leaving Jasmine behind. Cool.
So if I take you, Kuroko,
You take the tapestry,
no, I just own hell.
which is connected to all the tapestry.
Correct. But it doesn't mean I own the tapestry. Now remember my original secret I told you. I cannot devour the tapestry. It has to be rotted by you, dreamers, from within. And when
Yes.
it falls apart,
You
I
collect
then
pieces.
scoop up all the broken pieces and
And-
eat it before the others can.
Correct. Because
You have to kill your. You have to suicide your own tapestry.
and me offering hell is just one step, is it not?
I don't know what I'd do with it. I have a lot of plans. Do I cut it off from everyone and let the nightmare collide with the rest,
Yeah.
or do I keep it there and run it myself? Or I'm not sure what I'd do. I would definitely make a better Doomslayer than you. My men would do quite a good job against your nightmare, I think. Although that had to be tested. Or you can have it part of the bet that if the sovereign dies, well, hell remains. Well, Kuzmo's. Unless
No.
Kuzmo wants to play.
He's currently stoned.
So an unwitting and unwilling participant.
I would add that yes, remove the people connected to me. Remove my connection to the people connected, in fact, to me. If I were to fall.
Yes, you can be separate. I still get your hammers though. You cannot bargain away your hammers. I like them too much. Oh, what a collection they would make. And you're most certainly going to need them where you're going. And if you do fall, you're going to want them as part of my collection. You'll have tasks to do. Avoid the fight. Whispers and messages to send.
That's right.
If you follow the big F, you guys are very, very good at, well, beating the odds, right?
DM, you've crafted a very good villain here. Every word he says makes me second guess things. And I'm like, this motherfucker.
And you, Kuroko, any bounds you want to set for a little game?
All depends. If you want hell, well, just means that I have an open strand between myself and the Legion.
You do. But remember, you don't have to sever it before the game starts. When, or if, or possibly could be that you lose. I'll make sure that the agreement is upheld then and there. After I pick up the pieces of what's left of you after the things there eat you and get their fill.
Of course.
Nasty things. They have no manners half the time. It's hard to find a voidling with manners these days. It's always me, mine. Beware the voidling who has the concept of patience.
They'll wait all for eternity for you?
Oh, yes, indeed. Voidlings are strange creatures. They are creatures of impulse. They act to their nature, within the bounds of their nature, but they will act. Those with patience, though, something's different. I learned patience a long time ago. That's why I became what I am. The next conqueror. And I have patience to wait. Oh, it's just like old times. It'll be fun.
Hey, I need to put this stuff in the car. And give me the key. Put the stuff in the car. Oh,
You're a robot. Robot!
damn it all to hell. Check.
Mic check 1, 2.
Hey. All right. So,
So, one last thing. What you give back is not going to be touched by Twilight, correct?
Unless you want it to be. You see, my things are most sought after in the entirety of the labyrinth, more so than your little vapor weapons.
Because it's more than just.
They're void weapons protected by veil. It lets you little dreamers who have a hint of veil themselves, or vapor protected armor, wield them.
I see.
It's a fun little thing. Or I could flip it inside out and make it a void weapon with the lethality of a veiled weapon. Voidlings, they go crazy for this stuff, you see.
I can imagine.
Yes. It lets them kill their competition rather potently. But the kicker to that weapon is it did not harm the dream. Because it's coated in veil.
Right.
Oh, they never think that. They think with their new weapon they're invincible. They charge into the dream, the tapestry, ready to kill and maim and devour, and they find it rather useless. Little insurance policy, you see. It lets them kill their competition, but harm not, which I protect. Now, the other way around, though. A veil sword, equipped with the void edge. Now that I don't offer that often, because that defeats the purpose. It lets the dream wield the power of the void. And you know how that can go. If it gets in the wrong
You know
hands,
how that can go.
well, if it gets in the wrong hands, it's not my fault if you carve yourself into pieces. Because I'll be there to catch you in my mouth.
Yes.
Yeah, it's delicious. That's what I hope for. But that's not the story I want. I don't want a single weapon to quickly end it. If it's a huge story and it changes hands throughout countless ages and brings the downfall and the uprising, the upliftment of countless civilizations, and is a weapon of names into eternity. And then it finally, in the greatest story of all time, brings down the tapestry. Then I will be satisfied. But if it becomes a problem before then, I'll just pluck it and take it away. Because children shouldn't have dangerous, sharp toys. But that sword, as the kids on the street can say, will cut a motherfucker. Yes. Hmm. What do you want?
Good.
You haven't really asked for anything.
Me?
Yes. You're playing, you get terms. Think of all the possibilities. You know what? I have some spare seraphim armor.
Looking down to her seraphim armor. What is yours to keep?
Well, you see, the Endless City used to be part of a tapestry. It had its own angels, the seraphim. Ooh, spooky. And they died horribly. And if you're lucky, you'll find their corpse. I happen to have a spare that I'm willing to part from my collection, if that's what you're looking for.
No, I'm good, thank you.
Okay. Thought I'd offer. The corpse is intact. Well, it's been nibbled, but you know how things are.
What do you have, Lucy's?
Say that again.
What do you have of Lucy's?
She has been very difficult to deal with. I have a lot of her old things, but no parts of Lucy.
Then my terms are of Alhazard's. That should make the difficulty.
No. Don't be boorish. I want to see what your greedy terms are. Things that you want.
Greed is not my story, though, author. You might say I'm greedy for wanting the labyrinth back. But I don't believe that's who I am. What'd you say, Alex? I did not hear you at all.
You're not allowed to be selfless. You have to give me terms of your own greed.
I'm just gonna scribble a list down and give it to Kuroko.
Oh, stop that. Have some originality. Ugh. Don't be boring. Come on. Live it up a little.
Very well. You made copies. Huh. She'll start laughing to herself. Chauvenet's tea.
I did, yes.
Did you own it?
I do own it. This particular singular tea recipe.
True. And you
Yes.
ever so love it.
I do enjoy it, but it's not the only one I have.
Correct.
Do you want it back?
I think that's only fair.
All right. I best enjoy it while I can. No doubt you'll have it back in but a split second time. You guys are clever. In fact, I'm thinking, if you figure it out, this will be real short. Shame. But that's part of the game. Oh, man, this will be fun.
Good. And we can end it here.
You only want tea?
I
What about
meant
my
like
countless other recipes?
ah.
I have so many. Do you not want more of my recipes? I have Veilstar. I have some tapestry. Great items. I could even assign one of my generals or my men, maybe a squad, or maybe one of my most powerful allies, to be your personal guardian. Or a Twilight to serve at your beck and call. A dreamer. Scandalous.
Kuroko will shake her head.
You're a perplexing one. Or perhaps I'm not offering the right thing. I have a weapon that can harm, let alone kill Seraphim. In case they come calling. problem with Seraphim armor does not do particularly well against Seraphim weapons. They're almost ornamental. And no, your little guns don't work. Those aren't real Seraphim weapons. They didn't come from the source.
Oh, I'm aware.
They'll plink off and, unfortunately, maybe scuff, maybe dent slightly. You know, I mean, that chariot strut, that's pretty good. But it's not a real one. I have a couple. Maybe would you like one?
And ruin all the plans, the stories to come. Just
It
by
could be
making my
used
own.
to threaten and defend. Merely, I could give you a shield. A Seraphim shield. Every Seraphim has their own unique set of weapons and their own unique armor. Some have a sword and shield. I have a buckler with your name on it if you'd like.
She will shake her head.
Very well. You are so difficult.
You asked for me to be greedy, and I thought of the people closest. I asked for something simple, but something you have, something I'd like back.
And there's nothing else I could provide to the likes of both of you. Nothing at all. Before you go into my little game.
You've made
We can
several
even
tantalizing offers.
Hmm?
You've made several tantalizing offers. However, I think the weight of what you're offering would skew things particularly potently against us.
They could be, yes. But they would be... could be negotiated to be made available to you right away. I'm always open for that. The things you're betting for are immediately available and can be used the moment you go. And if you don't want to play my game, it's fine. We can choose a different game.
Well, we've already chosen, have we not? We were just discussing the terms.
Well, we haven't, like, a story, as we obviously been shown. It's not over till it's over. Things can change. I don't mind. I like my game. You seem to like the concept of my game. You're going to a place you don't belong. Unprotected. But I think you guys can do it. I think you have the opportunity to win yet again. On home turf, too. Oh, it'll be an away game instead of a home game. And I think, despite lacking the home field advantage,
So, I'm going to confirm with me. Yeah. That's it.
You just want Chamonix's tea back?
Just want Chamonix's tea back.
I cannot convince Miss Kuroko here of any other tantalizing offer. And for you, Alhazard, I think I need not even incentivize you. I think you know what you want.
Oh, I want the world and everything in it, but what we want and what we can have are very different.
You want my in the city?
is yours.
It is mine, and I can kick all the voidlings out of it if I so choose. And yes, I could give it to you. My prize. My ultimate prize beyond anything I have ever conquered. It's the first thing I conquered. And yes, it's on the table if you want it. The last remnant pieces of a tapestry already devoured, yet still here. It's an impossibility, and I do mean that. When the conquerors crack open your defenses and eat from within, they leave no scraps. What the wonders and powers and mysteries you could find there. And the things that I have found there. It still baffles me to this day.
Kuroko, I think I'm about to do an oopsie.
Well, just
I
don't.
think.
Just don't.
Just don't.
We got our terms.
Because I would absolutely look this dude dead in the eye and be like, all right, world and everything in it.
And you don't want this.
He would, yeah, we would fucking just, he would let other endless in after that shit.
He would just, no, it would be just laughter, because what are we supposed to do with Void?
Well, that's the thing. If he gives it up, the story of it comes with us.
No.
Isn't that the point?
I don't believe so.
That would actually be a point of clarification. DM, if I were to take the Endless City from him, if we were to put it on the table, the Endless City and everything in it, except the Voidlings.
You have no idea what he's talking about, but you're going to go play there.
Yeah.
But he'd kick out all the Voidlings out of their strength.
That would be, you know what?
He'd kick out himself and hand it to you.
I'm just gonna, ask the question. Because I feel like it should be asked. At the very least, it should be asked. So, if we put it on the table, and we win this Endless City, it would be handed to us free of void?
I would hand you the city. Would it be free of void? Most certainly not. There are void star there, void essence there. Although the creatures that produce them would be no longer there. How do you think I got so strong? How do you think real voidlings gain real power? We eat. We're hungry little hippos, you see. We eat each other, too. More so than we ever eat dream. We're endless and infinite, and there's too many of us, and there's not enough food. We're cannibals. Delicious, aggressive cannibals. But in my little city, when you die, there's a little prize. Poof! And sometimes those fall between the cracks in a glorious, vicious fight for territory and power, and to fill our bellies. Those would be part of the prizes you could have. So would the city be devoid of void? No. You would be able to find void essence and void star, like your Veil Star. And the mysterious unicorn Dream Star. Could be. I've only found one, but I don't actually know if it is a Dream Star or not. I've never had anything to compare. And there probably is more. It's literally an endless city. I do mean that.
So, out of character, I'm going to end the session here for myself. I've already made my bargain. If Alex wishes to make things more complicated, he is more than welcome to. I would suggest not, but like you said, nothing wrong with asking. Might as well. But yeah, Matt, thank you for the epilogue session. This is not my favorite experience ever, but you know what? Sometimes you just gotta go with what you're given.
You don't want to play a game with Author?
Oh, I'm playing a game with Author. Don't worry about that. And I've already set my terms. I just don't have anything more to add. So, and I need to go to bed.
Good night, my dear friend. We will see you
next time. Oh, Dragon Ball Z Twilight Edition. Okay.
That's trademark. That's not what we're playing.